Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here tonight as the Flatout Racing Network brings you coverage of the Firecracker 400 special event here under the lights at the Daytona International Speedway, courtesy of Primetime Racing League. 160 laps await these drivers here tonight at the World Center of Racing. No points on the line. It's just having a lot of fun here tonight with a special event at one of the raciest super speedways on the NASCAR circuit. I'm Seth Cole, and I'm pleased to be joined here by an individual making his FRN broadcast booth debut, Jack Mitchell. Jack, first off, welcome, and hey, heck of a racetrack, heck of an event to make your debut at here this evening.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. I love Daytona. I love the races here. I love all the patriotic schemes that it looks like we've got in the field today, so this should be a fun one.
160 laps tonight. No damage. As said, it's a fun race, so they want everybody to be able to be in the conversation there at the end. It is going to be 2 times wear, so we'll be definitely talking about fuel if we get into some long green flag runs. But I think one of the biggest words that we're going to be using, at least in the early going of this one, even though, you get involved in a wreck, you're still going to be able to continue on. You want to get some long green flag runs in there, so patience, I think, is going to be what's going to be preached, especially once the green flag is taken here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all these cars are going to be running super tight together. You want to make sure that you pace yourself over the course of the race. You don't exactly want to take it, all gas throughout the entire field. Obviously, it can get a little bit chaotic with so many cars so close together, like I said. So you just want to be as patient as you can.
It's like we got a total of 29 drivers that are going to be taking the green flag here this evening. Happy hour is currently winding down. A number of drivers have been practicing green flag pit stops. Typical Ulysses Sandoval, he's probably sniped our stream and is seeing where we're focused on as he's mugging for the camera there in that familiar 96 machine. But another thing that we'll be having here tonight, we'll let everybody be aware of it right here and now. Since this is 160 laps in total, we will be having a halfway caution, a halfway break here tonight to allow drivers to be able to use the facilities, get a drink, get a snack, whatever they need to do. So once we end up getting to around the halfway mark, we've been informed by the administration here at Primetime that once we get past lap 70, if a caution comes out between then and lap 80, that will serve as the halfway break. If we end up getting to lap 80, we will see a administration thrown yellow flag. Everybody will come down pit road. They'll park in their pit stalls. Okay, Mark just took out Ulysses there. The Lotus from nowhere. They'll all be able to do what they need to do. They then will get back into their race cars. They'll drive around the open pit road, and we'll get ready for the second half of this race. So, a bit of an endurance race, if you will, for these drivers here tonight, because it may not seem like much here when you're turning laps less than a minute in the draft at Daytona, but 160 laps, it's a pretty lengthy one here.
Yeah, it's a long one. I was going to bring that up, too, the point of endurance. If you got to, sort of have a little bit of extra, I'm not really sure what the word is to use here, but you kind of get the idea. You kind of have to have, yeah, you're going to have a little bit more of willingness to push on through a race that can go on for as long as 160 laps. So that halftime break is definitely going to, or just about halftime break is going to do a lot of people pretty good here.
Channel.
Getting ready to grid up here. I believe we've got Keith Bynum joining us here in the booth. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing? I just wanted real fast fix to get on the track, but I want to thank Primetime Racing League and Frank Divins Jr. for sponsoring this race tonight. And hello to everybody, and enjoy our show.
Looking forward to it, Keith. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
We'll be seeing Keith Bynum in the number 63 machine here this evening. I believe he's rolling off the grid from the 16th position as we're waiting for the command to fire up the engines here, and we will hear 29 of them roaring on pit road in preparation for tonight's event. Just echoing what Keith said there, thanks to Frank Divins Jr. on the sponsorship here to make this thing happen, and us be able to bring you coverage of the racing here tonight. There is that command we've been waiting for as the Big Evil Designs Dodge Charger pace car is going to lead the field off of pit road. That bright green and black number 79 of Nate Bolser got himself the pole position for this evening's special event, and he'll share the front row with the Wawa Toyota Camry of Dante Ricky. Bob Dixon will share row number 2 with Mike Mangialardi. Denny Carroll and Randy Luigi, if Corey's watching tonight, that one's for you, Corey, back there in row number 3. Robert Breedlove and Pat McCarskey, they'll be in row 4, with Jessica Loralee and Kelly Causey making up the top 10. Greg Lovell, Dan Lovell, it's a family affair in row number 6. Graham McDonald will be with Gary Mingus back in row 7. Greg Palmer will share row 8 with Keith Bynum, who we just heard from. Ulysses Sandoval, Brian Lovell, they'll be back in row 9. Your top 20 completed with Joseph Landy Pavlon and Donnie Cameron. Row 11 will find Stephen Brandstetter. He'll be there with Emmanuel Hartnett. Row 12 finds Tim Anderson and Mark Paglia. Anderson was the last driver to take time. The rest of these drivers were randomly slotted with not putting a lap time down in qualifying. Brian Ross and Javier Negron back in row 13. Row 14 with Brian Wolf and Robert Spring. And if you remember back in the Tally Challenge races we used to have here on the Flatout Racing Network, you will know that it is an MO for Alex Moe to start at the rear of the field. He does so. He'll be our 29th starter of this race, but if anything to go by with what we know of Alex Moe, don't expect him to be back there for very long, especially towards the end of this race. Maybe one of the best in the business of starting at the back and finding himself at the front when it matters the most in super speedway racing. Well, here we go. Jack gearing up. Pace car gets ready to make the left-hand turn to pit road. The Primetime Racing League special event here tonight. The Firecracker 400 from Daytona. 160 laps. We gear up for some racing here tonight. Saturday night at Daytona. Green flag is out. Into turn 1, looks like Balser is going to have the early lead. Dante might have had a lane there to the inside, but elects to stay on that top line. It will be very interesting to see, you know, we're double wide here. How anxious do we get to maybe try and take it 3 wide, especially if we're able to generate some good runs here?
Yeah, we talked about patience before the race, and I think that can really be a factor in the 2-3 wide racing as well. When do these guys make the move?
Good push there on that outside line. That's Denny Carroll in the 41, right behind Dante Ricky. And look at the massive run he was able to get on the top side there off of 4. He will clear for the point, and lap 1 of the evening going to be led by that 84 Toyota of Dante Ricky. So it definitely looks like, at least here in the early going, that middle lane is the faster way around the racetrack.
For now, that would indeed appear to be the case. Thought I saw the 79 car maybe try to push up a little bit, maybe think a little bit about blocking that line, but he didn't really have a whole lot of time to make that decision before it was made for him.
Denny Carroll made the choice to jump down to the inside line. Now it'll be Dante drawing even alongside him again here down the back straightaway. Help from the Black Hawk down, number 29 of Mike Mangialardi. Looking back through the field, I don't see anybody shading 3 wide here. We're all pretty much lined up side by side, 2 rows deep, all the way back through this field as we continue to be deadlocked here at the front. But turn 4 seems to really be the spot where that outside line gets its momentum.
And for the early part of the race, at least, it may not matter that much, but keep an eye on that. Keep an eye out on that later on as we get to the end of this thing, because turn 4, that's the very end of the track. So we could see a race-winning move happen over there.
Again, no damage in this race, and no points on the line, so if you end up leading the lap, doesn't matter, there's no bonus points given out. If you lead the most laps, doesn't matter, there's no bonus points given out. But a lot of drivers will say in super speedway racing, you're more likely to avoid any big wreck if you're up at the front rather than middle of the field, the proverbial eye of the storm. So it'll be interesting to see how more drivers, how hard they want to battle to be able to get up here to the front of the field. It looks like now the top 3 going to get themselves cleared. The battle will be side by side for 4th. That's Pat McCarskey on the bottom. Coach Kelly Causey up there on the top side in the 00.
I think the 41, that was the 41 that just made a move up to the high side. So it looks like the middle now in this track is going to, like you said earlier, still has the momentum, still looks to be the preferred line. Nobody really trying anything fancy, nobody trying anything aggressive just yet. It's obviously very early, only on lap 4 of 160, so still plenty of time for things to unfold.
Of course, we are 1 day removed from the 4th of July, Independence Day, so a lot of drivers in the field sporting the red, white, and blue. See right there on the inside line, Robert Breedlove with the stars and stripes. Little fireworks there on the side as well of his Chevrolet. A Rodney Sullins special here. Saw that paint scheme preview posted in the Primetime Racing League Facebook chat. I believe it was yesterday. Rodney, unfortunately, not a part of this race as he's currently on the road. A lot of other drivers that would have loved to have been a part of this action currently with prior engagements. As see some more of these red, white, and blue cars there. A little camouflage there for Keith Bynum. I don't know. We're going to be able to see that car on the racetrack. Is this maybe is this a strategic ploy? If they don't see you, they don't know you're passing you.
I find it kind of funny because there's camo on the front of it, but there's like a safety orange or something on the back of it, so you can see him. You probably can't see him coming when you're looking at the mirror, but you can definitely see him once he's in front of you.
You won't know that he's passing you, but you'll know when he's passed you.
Exactly.
Pat McCarskey there with some red, white, and blue on his number 97. Believe he is one of 2 Dodges in the field, if I'm not mistaken. The other one's actually going for the race lead here. That is Randy Waugh in the number 21. Looking to the inside of Dante Ricky. You had the top 3 or 4 in that middle line, or the outside line, if you will, that had gotten themselves single-filed out, but now, after the inside line formed up, they're making a challenge once again.
Absolutely. I mean, what you can tell what the preferred line is, obviously, based on where the cars are on the track. So if there's more cars drifting towards the bottom of the racetrack, you'll start to see the bottom come into play. But it seems like there's still a pretty strong run in the middle. So keep an eye on the middle line, too.
We had 28 drivers, or make that 29 drivers that were slated to start this race. It looks like only 28 took the green flag. 74 of Robert Spring did not grid up. So 28 drivers, just to update, are taking part in this race here tonight. That's still deadlocked here for the top position. Another thing that I'm gonna tempt fate, because in the past, whenever we end up talking about it here in the broadcast booth, invariably a yellow comes out and completely spoils any scenario that we talk about. But green flag pit stops, the fuel window here for these drivers, it is 2x, which is 2 times wear, 2 times the fuel consumption. We're looking about between laps 25 to lap 30 that these drivers would have to start thinking about coming to pit road. So we're not quite halfway to that. Obviously, these drivers double file aren't considering that right now, but we'll end up seeing a point where these drivers will start getting themselves single filed out to have that easier access to pit road.
Absolutely. You just want to be as careful as you possibly can because it's a very steep transition from the banking to the flat surface of pit road.
Greg Palmer up there on that outside line. He's the 3rd car, that black and gold number 22. Started this race from the 15th position and has now almost cracked his way into the top 5. He's battling for that 5th position with Denny Carroll to his inside. 4th car on the inside line is the 12 of Gary Slingshot Mingus. He's now made his way up here towards the front after he started outside the top 10 as Breedlove way up there into the 3rd groove. I don't know if he's dropping back of his own accord or if he got forced up there, but he's going to the back regardless of whether it was intentional or not.
Their first 3 wide situation of the race, so obviously these drivers want to be about as careful as they possibly can trying to work their way past him. It looks like he's finally able to get in line on the middle.
Tucks in front of that Lotus throwback. That's the 28 of Mark Paglia. A couple of drivers have seemed to adopt the strategy of just kind of chilling there at the back. Ooh, we're going to go 3 wide at the front. That's Greg Palmer going to get bold in that 3rd lane. He's going to have some help from Pat McCarskey, and we got a wreck in the
Big
back.
Crash.
At least 4 or 5 drivers involved there at the rear of the field. We're racing back to the caution flag. Looks like Randy Waugh is going to bring us back here. It might be frozen field. I didn't get confirmation on that, so they'd be racing back with care if it is frozen field. Drivers keeping their position where they were at the time the caution flew. It's like Graham McDonald involved in this in the 24 car. Mark Paglia, that's Dan Lovell, one of a number of trump cars in the field this evening. Alex Moe, Stephen Brandstetter as well. As you can see, no damage on these race cars. It is a no-damage race, so anybody involved, no harm, no foul. They'll still be up to speed and be able to continue on, but let's go back and take a look and see what happened over there to bring out this first yellow flag of the night. Not exactly 100% certain who it started with. We'll look at the 388, I'm sorry, of Dan Lovell. Oh, I believe there was a lot of checkup on that inside line there.
Bit of a chain reaction on the bottom, and you can see it worked its way up into the rest of the field and the back. And I find it a little bit interesting how we talked about at the front of the field is where you're less likely to see incidents, and there you go, a big one at the back of it. Actually not that big, but it looked a lot bigger than it was in real time, I think.
Look on the left side of your screen when we cut to this next replay. You'll see the 43 of Bob Dixon, the 8 Greg Lovell, the 388 there of Dan Lovell. Looked like the 79 of Nate Balser got a little loose going there into the entry, and yeah, that's typical here of super speedways. Doesn't matter if it's Daytona, Talladega, some of the other more fictional super speedways out there, especially with the fact that, one, we're running CTS physics here tonight, and two, the setup more than likely is built to be able to generate runs, and when you're generating a run that gets you that much momentum going into the corner, it's going to be a lot of drivers half throttling and checking up on the entry to the corner. That was Dan Lovell kind of flinging Mark Paglia there in the 28 car.
I know there's no damage during this race, but that was a pretty hard shot of the wall. They had to worry about damage. That would have been pretty costly for all of those guys.
We've got no damage set for the cars. What about for the wall? Is the wall set to no damage? Should we be worried about it?
Maybe.
This is on board with Steven Brandstetter in the 510. I think he gets through this relatively unscathed.
Couple bumps here and there. That was inconvenient, but it looks like he mostly made it through.
It's like a defensive tackle just fighting his way through an O-line or something. Just muscling them all out of the way.
Certainly what it felt like.
So caution out here for the first time. Got a number of drivers that elected to hit pit road here under this caution. Looks like a few drivers actually elected to also stay out, which is interesting. I mean, we're used to broadcasting here on Flatout Racing Network about anywhere from 50 to 60 lap races. And this one is going to be interesting because I don't envy the drivers trying to figure out fuel strategy for a 160 lap race. A lot of racetracks, you usually do the strategy of basically strategizing the race in reverse from back to front. I don't know how you would do that for a super speedway that's 160 laps in length. Then again, maybe you don't really have to worry about it because with the halfway break, maybe you really only have to worry about the final 80 laps.
I think so. I think that might be in the back of the minds of some of these drivers is maybe get to halfway and then figure things out from there. So that halfway break definitely going to play a factor in this one.
Saw Gary Mingus stay out. He comes down pit road. Same for the 24 of Graham McDonald. It'll turn the race lead over to the 21 of Randy Waugh, who was the first one off of pit lane. So he will inherit the race lead for the restart. Looks like Kelly Causey, Dante Ricky, Denny Carroll, and Greg Palmer are going to be our top 5. So maybe kind of for people watching, it may not seem like it, but relatively calm there for the initial start of this race. Didn't really see anything too crazy, though we did see Greg Palmer and Pat Makarski try something 3 wide there at the top of the racetrack just before that caution came out, looking for the race lead. Is that a case of drivers just being bored and saying, I don't want to ride anymore, let's try something here?
It very well could be. I mean, like I said earlier, patience is the name of the game, and you could see some guys maybe wanted to be as patient as they possibly can, but it can be hard to do that when you're behind the wheel of one of these things. You kind of feel like, okay, let's go. I need to get by somebody. So it's a lot easier said than done.
Mentioned we got a lot of different manufacturers in the field here tonight. At one point in practice, we spotted a Pontiac Trans Am. Pat Makarski there in the 97. That looks like that's a Dodge front, but I don't know if it actually is. It's a Javelin. Is that a...
I've never heard of a Javelin.
Is that an AMX? Is that what that says?
I think AM7? I don't know. I can't tell.
I'm not sure what that is. What's the back bumper say? That doesn't help me. I have
Still says
no idea. AMX
yeah, I think it does say
Javelin.
AMX.
I don't know what manufacturer that is. Huh. Lights are still on the pace car here. See if you can find that that Pontiac Trans Am we were talking about. There he is.
There it is.
Brian Lovell. There's actually more Dodges in the field than I initially thought. Joseph Landy Pavlon with a Dodge. Bob Dixon with a Dodge. Thought I saw another Dodge as well. Where did I see it? I thought there was another Dodge that I hadn't documented. Maybe it's on pit road. Alex Moe there. Oh, Donnie Cameron, that was the other one. Oh wait, actually no, I think he's a Javelin too.
Huh. Well, you know, I've never heard of this Javelin.
I have not either.
Brand before.
Yeah, he's a Javelin as well.
Well, some Google searching for us to do when we get that
Right?
5-minute break around lap 70.
Yeah. Little homework for us to do here mid-race. Lights out on the pace car, so we're going to go back green at the completion of lap 13 onto 14. You saw a number of drivers there leaving pit road, coming down, topping off the fuel tank, which would allow them to go a lap or two further than everybody else should we end up having a cycle of green flag pit stops. As Randy Waugh will be the one that will get us back under the green flag. Everybody's still running. Everybody's still on the lead lap here. Obviously, no damage race, so everybody that was involved in that caution should be good to go. The only thing that drivers would have to be worried about here in terms of not being able to reach the conclusion of this race is a random mechanical failure or maybe a money shift blowing the engine. That's the only way that they can end up being out of this race. They would not receive any damage whatsoever for any incidents. And I was noticing a couple of the drivers up here towards the front clutching, saving some fuel. You see the cars kind of popping up and down from the racing surface. That's them throwing in the clutch, shutting off the engine, trying to save a little bit here as well before going green. So Randy Waugh and Kelly Causey get ready to put us back under the green flag here from Daytona as we are nearing halfway to the halfway point, if you will, the quarter mark.
That's a fantastic restart by that 21 car, and he's going right to the middle of the racetrack. He's ready to block whatever line gets the run. Over the inside for now. A pretty good start to this race for Randy Waugh on the 21.
We'll have to see about that outside line. We saw Dante Ricky utilize it to get to the front on the initial start of this race. He goes up there, and Randy will move up to cover. Look at the run on the inside line here. 2 cars. That is Greg Palmer with help from Emmanuel Hartnett in the 83.
The big push that those 2 cars are getting. Somebody got forced out of line.
That's Pat McCarskey back there. It's like Jessica moving up there to help him out. In that number 5 Pepsi Zero Sugar Chevrolet, I should say. Brian Rawson now will head that third line in the Valvoline Chevy. That Mark Martin throwback. Ooh, things are getting a little hairy back here. Mike Mangialardi now, the man in the middle. That's Javier Negrón is inside. And I guarantee you, Jack, I know this from experience, being that middle car, it is not fun.
It's a horrifying experience. I've been there before. It's not fun to be in the middle of a 3-wide sandwich, so you're going to want to be as careful as you possibly can be. Just never know how things are going to unfold around you when you're in that middle of the storm, the eye of the storm, as you said earlier.
Had that one caution, and now these drivers are starting to get a little racy. Kelly Causey, Greg Palmer thought about trying a third lane on the middle line, tucked back into the 4th and 5th position. But that looks like Jessica Lorelei getting kicked up there to the 3rd lane, going to start dropping back. Top 5, top 6 going to have themselves clear in this middle groove. So I think we pretty much established that middle lane seems to be the better lane here in terms of speed, in terms of momentum. Big reason for that is because on that inside line, there's a lot of push-up off of the corner. It may be the shorter way around the racetrack, but it is also the tighter way around the racetrack. And when you end up pushing up off of 2 and 4 specifically, scrubs off a little bit of that straight line speed. It's a little bit roomier coming off the corner in that middle groove, so you're able to maintain the speed on the straightaways a little bit better, which will be interesting here when we get closer towards the end of this race as well. How many drivers stay committed to that middle line? How many are willing to take the risk of that car getting tight down on the bottom to try and take the shorter way around? Because obviously, you get to the end of the race, you can't win by following the car behind you.
Absolutely. And it all just comes down to choosing your moment when you feel like it's the right time to go to the low side or go back up to the middle. It doesn't really matter as long as you get the run. So you kind of have to just pay attention and choose your moment carefully.
Checking our YouTube chat. Thank you to JC1424 for the $5 donation. Says always rooting for Joe in the number 68. That'd be Joseph Landy Pavlon. Met him while attending Homestead and getting chicken tenders. Currently on an 8-race top 10 streak, 5-race top streak. I had the opportunity also to meet Joseph Landy Pavlon. Great guy. Met him this past Daytona 500 down in Florida. And he is currently, right now, according to live standings, running in the 25th position. Maybe just chilling out there at the back, biding his time. I mean, this is technically a home track for JLP, so, you know, I don't know. Special event, does it mean just as much when you end up winning at your home track? Doesn't matter what type of a race it is?
If it was my home track, I'd be going for the win every time.
Where is your home track? You're out of California. Would it have been Auto Club?
I think it's tough to say because I sort of consider it the LA Coliseum.
The Coliseum, yeah, I was going to say.
The Coliseum doesn't really count as a racetrack when there's no pavement over the grass, so probably Auto Club, but I will say I have been to Las Vegas Motor Speedway twice in the last few years, so that's probably, that or Phoenix is probably the closest one to me right now.
That makes sense. Whoa!
Ooh.
Kelly Causey, not sure what happened there. I think something might be amiss on that car. Unless there might have been a little bumper grab between him and Greg Palmer. But now he's way up there and dropping to the back.
And that can be one of the more mentally frustrating aspects of a race when you kind of get loose and hit the wall and realize, okay, I've just got to let everybody get by me and drop to the back before I can get in line and try to work my way back up to the front. That's a little bit demoralizing to know that you've just lost all that position.
And right there, the tri-oval, one of the toughest spots here at Daytona to run 3 wide because everything narrows up in that portion of the racetrack. It's kind of spacious here in the corners. There's pretty good room when you're on the back straightaway, but every line kind of pushes up about a half groove when you get into the tri-oval, so it makes 3 wide formations just a little bit testy.
Oh, the 5 car getting out of line there a little bit.
Jessica Laura Lee there in the number 5 machine, trying the outside, the right rear quarter panel of Bob Dixon. All by herself for the moment. And now going to tuck back in line there. Might have been testing the waters. Seeing about something for later on, as I think the car just got the wall back there. I think that was Gary Mingus, one of 2 Wawa-sponsored machines in the field here tonight. I won't say a bad thing against Wawa.
I can say I've been to a Wawa before.
You haven't? Okay, if we ever meet up, I'm taking you to a Wawa. I don't care if it's like 3 states over. We're going to a Wawa.
I'll keep that in mind.
Brian Wolf in the number 295, the Fluid Studios Chevrolet. Now making his way up into the top 10 after he started this race from 27th. Right behind our pole sitter, Nate Balser. He's the last car in single file right now, as this is the battle for, I believe, 9th or 10th between Pat McCarskey and Emmanuel Hartnett. We're 3 wide further back there. Mark Paglia up on that top side, along with Kelly Causey. I'm seeing a lot of experimentation right now, it seems. Some drivers up here at the front just kind of riding in line, but mid-pack rear of the field, they're trying stuff. They're trying to see if there's a viable 3rd lane.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I think it's a little bit easier to experiment, too, when you know there's no damage in this race. So yeah, it can be a little bit more relaxing. Drivers might feel like they might have a little bit of freedom. Worst case scenario, they spin around and they lose a bunch of positions. But as long as you're not doing anything intentionally with malice, I think you're doing a good job trying to experiment.
Brian Rawson, another driver that's passed a lot of cars so far here in the early going, started back in the 25th position and 1 spot outside of the top 5, P6 for the number 6. You see that little bit of a gap he's got right there between himself and Mike Mangialardi. Sometimes drivers will drag the brake, allow the cars ahead of them to get a little bit of a distance, and then use the toe, use that draft to be able to get a run. Look at Brian Wolf on the bottom. He's going to get 1, maybe 2 cars here in the span of a couple of corners.
What a run he got on the bottom, and now you can see the 22 is maybe thinking about, should I block low or should I stay in line?
Wolf's going to get some help here with McCarskey. Javier Negron there as well, and the 40 number Toyota, the number 40 Toyota, if I can get the words in the correct order there. Words are hard. Keith Bynum, the 4th car on that inside line there in the 63. Greg Lovell in the 8, also on that inside line. You saw right there, Brian Wolf got the apron there off of turn 2. Car pushes up enough without a little assistance from that flat apron into the transition of the banking there on that yellow line. Got to be careful down there.
Like I said, steep transition from the apron to the racetrack itself, so that can make entering and exiting pit road pretty difficult, but it can also make little moments like that, as we're pretty tight 3 wide in the back there.
It's like Jessica Loralee up there trying to tow along Kelly Causey. Joseph Landy Pavlon up there. Mark Paglia. I believe that is Brian Lovell. Yep, that's Brian Lovell up there. It's hard to kind of tell all the Donald Trump cars apart. Aside from the numbers here, there's like 4 or 5 of them in the field. Oh, we got a car that's actually being bypassed on the apron. That is Gary Mingus, who is actually, I believe, being put a lap down.
That's interesting.
So I'm not sure what's happened with him. But he is -1, and the leaders went by him pretty quickly, so we'll try and see if we can figure out what exactly happened with him. I wondered if maybe he fell out of the server and returned in, but I think he would have lost more than a lap in that regard. Oh, and there we go! Oh my gosh, the Lotus has caught air!
Holy cow.
Mark Paglia, Ulysses Sandoval, and Robert Breedlove, 3 cars involved in this one. Wasn't it Lotus that broke the sound barrier or something like that?
That sounds a little familiar.
Well, they also decided to take to the air here at Daytona, as that back end of the number 28 of Mark Paglia, it went up pretty high up off the ground. Fortunately, no damage, and to be honest with you, this might seem a little crazy, but even if we had damage in this race, I'm not necessarily certain that car would have sustained any. Maybe contact when he hit the other cars, but I don't think that that blowover would have hurt him too much, as it didn't exactly flip all the way over. Just kind of flew up a little bit and then landed gently back down on the ground with the back end.
I feel like I'd have to take another look at it, but that definitely feels like that was one of those harrowing moments, if you will, at Daytona, where something like that happens. Again, damage is off, obviously, but still, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking when you suddenly find that your tires are airborne.
Wow.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he would have DNF'd.
Talked about how tight it is there in the trial. Well, that was off the exit. Paglia was the 3rd car on the outside line. Robert Breedlove was in the middle. Sandoval was on the bottom. We'll get a look at an aerial view here. I think the 28 may come down a bit off of the wall while the 931 pushes up a little bit. Both cars wanting the same piece of real estate, and it's on from there. Sandoval on the inside line, just an innocent bystander, is, yeah, you can see right there. I mean, the 28's got to turn left to get off the wall. The 931's turning up to make sure he gives room to the 96. It's, like I said, there's just not a whole heck of a lot of room for 3 wide.
It feels like that's how just about every incident happens at Daytona, when they're 3 wide, 2 cars battling for the same piece of real estate, and an innocent bystander or 2 ends up getting caught in the mix.
Do we ride on board with the 28, see what he saw?
I think so.
This is inside the cockpit, and I guarantee you Mark did not stop driving this car. Goes quiet for a minute.
One of the scariest things inside of a race car, when it suddenly goes quiet. You can see nothing but the grass or nothing but the sky.
And you saw right there, we saw it too on the replays. He backed it into that Armco barrier. Would not have done that if there was moderate or realistic damage, because you don't want to afford any type of aero damage in this race. Actually, hold on. We stayed green.
Did we really stay green?
I thought we were under caution. That's why we went back and looked at those replays as long as we did. That didn't bring out a yellow.
Huh.
So apparently, okay, so this will happen at super speedways. Apparently, the 28 never officially spun around, according to the game, until he was down below the yellow line. So officials would deem that off the racing surface. That's interesting. Good thing they didn't wreck before we came back here, because I didn't know we were still green.
Yeah, I didn't either. That was definitely a shock. I mean, I almost wonder how much we might have missed out on because we were so busy watching that car flip, or nearly flip.
Oh, the 3 wide is gone. We know that much. And Jessica Loralee is now heading the outside line with Kelly Causey, Joseph Landy Pavlon. We saw those drivers all working together. Somebody just hit pit road there. I couldn't make out who that was. That was Paglia in the 28. A couple of other drivers I think were on pit road as well. There's Robert Breedlove. I think he pitted. Ulysses Sandoval, I believe, stayed out. Keith Bynum's back here. So did something happen to him? Let's see if we can quickly cut to a replay and see if we can find out what happened with the 63. I see the 63 and the 44 quite a ways back. Oh, yeah, we had another incident. Exact same portion of the racetrack. That's Brian Lovell off the nose of... Holy cow, that 44.
That thing flew.
I've never seen a car do that before.
Oh, man. Did you see how close he got to those cars on the high side, too? They were panicking for their lives on the top lane, trying to stay out of the way.
Look at this again. I've never seen a car land that hard before. I mean, all 4 tires are off the ground. That's why he landed the way he did. And no caution for that
either.
No yellow.
Feels like it just magnetized to the ground, if you will.
So 2 incidents, 5 drivers involved. Looks like Bynum, Sandoval, Lovell, all on the lead lap still, as we got a bunch of drivers coming to pit road here. Green flag pit stops. Denny Carroll, Greg Palmer, Dante Ricky, Randy Waugh, Brian Wolf, Javier Negron, and Mike Mangialardi all hitting pit lane. We went back green on lap 13's completions. This is about 19 laps into a run. It's a little sooner than I projected these drivers coming to pit lane. There's Pat McCarskey getting put a lap down. I believe he's already made a pit stop. Another driver back there also got put a lap down as Jessica Lorley shows the way, and now looks like she's coming to pit road along with most of the rest of these lead lap cars.
Oh boy. Be as careful as you possibly can going on the pit road. Don't want to cause any incidents while hot pitting like that.
They're all gonna make it. Nice formation there. A couple of drivers a little bit more aggressive with the hot pitting on entry, but no contact made. Now the thing is, with a green flag pit stop, you want to make sure you got that thing woed down, because if you get hit by the speeding police, you got to come back down pit road for a pass-through, and there's all your track position gone.
And at a place like Daytona, you lose a lot of track position. That can be a really difficult thing to overcome.
So I believe that Robert Breedlove and Ulysses Sandoval, as well as Mark Paglia, all came to pit lane not too long after their respective spins. More than likely would have had to take on some tires, with potentially the track being gripped up and being on the brakes as the cars were sliding. I guess the fortunate thing for them, yes, they're going to lose the track position, obviously with the caution not coming out, but at least they made their pit stops around the same time that a lot of the other leaders in the lead pack were going to be making them, so they didn't find themselves going a lap down necessarily in that regard.
Yeah, I think at this point right now, I think the one saving grace for a lot of those situations that we just talked about, do you lose track position, are you short on fuel? At this point right now, the saving grace would be that halfway break, because it'll group up all the cars together once again. So if you're still on the lead lap, as long as you can stay on the lead lap until about lap 70 or whenever that caution comes out, it might not be that big of an issue. But when we get later on into the race, if there are more green flag pit stops and that sort of thing comes up again, it can be a little bit more challenging to overcome.
You saw right there, that was the exchange for the race lead, as Greg Palmer will go to the point with Denny Carroll into second, Dante Ricky into third. Another thing that will be interesting to kind of follow here as well is we're about 5 laps, so I'm sorry, correction, we're about 35 laps away. Nope, let me check that again. We're 45 laps away. Apparently both words and numbers are hard for me tonight. From that halfway caution. It will be interesting to see. I would assume, but I might be wrong in this, that more than likely any drivers that find themselves off the lead lap, there's a wreck.
Oh boy.
Donnie Cameron around with Mark Paglia. Oh, Dan Lovell. Big hit, and this one will bring out the caution. I was going to say, if we end up having any lap down machines at the halfway point, if all those drivers may get their laps back, but Might not have to worry about that here with this yellow. We're going to get some lucky dog drivers, as it looks like we had 2 separate incidents to bring out this caution flag. Oh, look at that. Robert
Thankfully,
Breedlove
this
was
one's
just
Zimmerman,
about to get put a lap down. Look how close he is to being put a lap down there. That caution saved him.
Saved by the bell for sure. Yeah, this one, I think finally the officials decided there was too much going on the track to not throw the yellow flag. We kind of saw 2 major, I guess, quote unquote, incidents, if you will. Definitely weren't minor incidents with some of those cars flying around.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's a flip, it's a major incident.
Didn't really involve a whole lot of cars, though. At least not enough to bring out the yellow in the officials' eyes until now. So,
if fly, caution.
that should be the rule of thumb going forward.
It really should. Let's take a look and see what exactly happened. We'll focus first on the initial incident involving the 87 of Donnie Cameron. And looks like Stack Up is going to be the name of the game here on this one. This time, though, going through the tri-oval as Donnie lifting there behind Brian Wolf, gets a little assistance from the 6 of Brian Rawson. Nowhere for Mark Paglia to be able to go, and woo, Emmanuel Hartnett just skirting through. And then up further ahead of them, and I assume this might have been in relation to trying to avoid the incident that was going on ahead. We'll see the contact between Dan Lovell and Javier Negron. As does Dan get clipped? Ooh, not quite, but when he comes up the track, he's not clear on the 40. Trying to gather it back up, gets a second hit there, and does a little grind on the side of his car.
It's a bit of an annoyance if you're that tied car there, because you just an innocent bystander. You think you're as far out of the way as you possibly can be, and then another car comes flying up into you like that.
Take another look, another angle here of Dan Lovell's, guess we'll call it a half flip. Flies right by our camera there, stationed at the entrance of turn number 1. Everybody gets by, looks like for the most part. Again, most of these incidents here tonight, and that's why it was kind of interesting with the caution not coming out for a couple of those wrecks that took place during that run, is the only thing you have to really worry about. You don't have to worry about damage, but you do have to worry about those tires getting worn down. I don't know exactly what the grip level is, but there are a lot of super speedways, a lot of racetracks where you go into a slide and your tires could be essentially gone, and you're trying to limp the thing back to pit road. So that's something that these drivers are going to have to be aware of here as well, with late race instances, especially if there is no caution to save you. Looks like we had only 3 drivers that were off the lead lap here. I believe that 2 of those drivers are going to get their laps back here via the Lucky Dogs. Brian Lovell, Donnie Cameron, I believe, would be those drivers in line for those 2 free pass positions. Mark Paglia would then be left as the only driver a lap down. If we got any future caution, he would be the only driver a lap down that would get the Lucky Dog, and we'd have all 28 drivers back on the lead lap. It's only our second caution here tonight in the first nearing 40 laps of this race. Fastest lap of the night so far, laid down by that number 6 of Brian Rawson of 45.034, equating to 199.943 miles per hour. So we're close. We're so close to getting to that 200 mile per hour mark.
Maybe we'll approach it on this next green flag run here, depending on how careful these guys want to be.
Checking our chat, JC's saying video game logic is logicking really hard right now. It is that. It definitely is. But this caution saved a bunch of drivers there. Saved Keith Bynum, Ulysses Sandoval, Robert Breedlove. All drivers involved in a couple of those incidents off of the tri-oval that didn't bring out a yellow flag. And a couple of drivers as well, Brian Lovell and Donnie Cameron. They're going to be able to get back on the lead lap here, is I believe, yeah, we're going to stay single file here for the most part. Allow those Lucky Dog drivers to come up alongside the pace car. They will then go around, get their laps back when the lights go out at the 1 to green. I know that it doesn't really mean much. There's not much in it in terms of points or anything. This is a non-points special event, but So far tonight, Randy Waugh has led the most laps here at Daytona, 25 circuits out in front. Dante Ricci has led 6. Greg Palmer has led 4. And then 1 lap led each for Denny Carroll and Jessica Loralee. So 6 drivers so far have been able to enjoy the clean air in the race lead here at Daytona. And I guarantee you we will continue to add it to that list as this race goes on.
Absolutely. And going back to the mental game for a little bit, Seth, too, I almost kind of wonder what it does for some of those drivers who were involved in those wrecks that didn't bring out a caution. That can be a little frustrating as well, too, knowing that you have to regain all of that track position through pace because the yellow flag didn't come out. You're kind of stuck sitting in the back of the field wondering, what do I do now?
I think it's not as bad at this point because you know that there's going to be a guaranteed caution at the halfway point. If we're in the second half of this race, then I think definitely the frustration sinks in and you are just praying that a yellow flag is going to come out and save your race. So that is going to be something interesting to note here as we go forward as well, because both those incidents were in the exit of the tri-oval. That appears to be one of the tougher spots. I mentioned it earlier. That's where the track really narrows up. Almost makes me wonder if drivers will think twice about going 3 wide in that section of the racetrack, knowing the ramifications we've already seen so far of a couple of incidents not necessarily bringing out the yellow. The last thing you want to do, I know you want to be aggressive, I know you want to go for the win, but you also don't want to run the risk of completely throwing your race away.
You throw your race away, you could end up throwing someone else's race away as well, and that can cause a lot of frustration after the fact.
That's one of the things of super speedway racing. One mistake, it could cost you a shot at a good finish, but with how close everybody is, bumper to bumper, door to door, it could cost a lot of other drivers that opportunity as well. You saw those 2 cars go around the pace car there, Brian Lovell, Donnie Cameron, so we'll have 27 of our 28 drivers on the lead lap here, and we're going to be just at the halfway point of the halfway point. Lap 40 will be completed. We are, of course, going to have a halfway caution, a 5-minute break at lap 80. Give these drivers a little bit of chance, and us broadcasters as well, to be able to maybe use the facilities, grab a beverage. You, the fans, as well, can do that as we'll have our little race break here during the broadcast, and then gear up for the final half of this race when the pay window will start to be opening and the checkered flag will hang in the balance. We'll give you a rundown here of your top 10. That's going to be Greg Palmer who'll get us back under the green flag for our second restart of the night. Denny Carroll will line up alongside of him in second. Dante Ricci will be third. Randy Waugh will be fourth, with Brian Wolf completing the top 5. Greg Lovell lines up in 6th. Tim Anderson 7th. Jessica Loralee in 8th. 9th place for Emmanuel Hartnett, and Steven Brandstetter is going to complete your top 10. Pace car heads for pit road here momentarily, and we'll rack them up, get ready to do it all over again here, pushing towards the halfway point of tonight's Firecracker 400. Both lanes looked pretty even there, pretty solid restart for both the 22 and the 41. Now it kind of all relies on the drivers behind them of which lane's going to move.
Yeah, it depends who decides to stay in line. And you can see the middle line right now is sort of gaining more cars. As you see, the 22 goes up the track to block that run. I guess he thought that was the case. You see all those cars staying stacked up in the middle, whereas on the bottom line, it felt like they were there. They were even on the start, but they just couldn't quite get the momentum. And I think Greg Palmer kind of felt that was all he needed to block that run and stay in the race lead.
Really close there as he was able to slide up in front of that number 41 of Denny Carroll. Now the top 4 in that outside line get themselves clear of the inside line, currently being led by Dante Ricci. Jessica Loralee up there on that top side as well. Might be clear for the 5th position by the time they enter into turn number 1. That's Steven Brandstetter up there on that top side as well. I just noticed he's got some bunting on the back of that race car. I can't remember the last time in any type of a patriotic race that I've seen a car sporting bunting on the machine. That's kind of cool.
It's a nice little look on there.
See more and more drivers abandoning that inside line. Brian Wolf just moved up there in between Emmanuel Hartnett and Joseph Landy Pavlon. There's only, what, 4 cars there, another couple of stragglers a little bit further back. And now more drivers are looking, like you see that space right there between the 68 and the 29. That's what drivers are looking for on this inside line. Some car length of space to be able to move up there in line and maybe be able to ride around a bit. Is JLP actually going to swap from the top down to the bottom, trying to go somewhere?
I think they were maybe thinking about 3 wide for just a moment, but they thought better of it. I'm sure they definitely didn't want to go 3 wide, but at the same time, I think maybe some moves were being made and someone at the top almost had nowhere to go, but they're able to sort it out and get back to 2 wide.
Don't know if it's just visibly or if it's actually happening for these drivers. I've been noticing a number of drivers, they like running this outside line, but I've seen a number of them appear to almost get snappy loose off of turn 4. The cars almost kind of dart down to the inside a little bit. I don't know if they're putting a lot of wheel into it to not brush the wall when they come off the corner, if the car just naturally coming off the banking there is kind of directing to the left. But I've noticed a few drivers up there, their cars kind of shift to the left just a little bit coming off of 4.
Let's take a closer look here, see how apparent it is.
Not as much on that lap. Saw Brian Wolf get a big run back before the last caution, and there we go.
We'll bring out another yellow for sure. That 28 car has had a really rough go of it so far. I think that's the 3rd wreck he's been involved in.
Robert Breedlove was the first car I saw go around there in the 931. There's Pat McCarskey. Saw Ulysses Sandoval in it. Brian Lovell. There's that 28 of Mark Paglia you were talking about. Involved in the wreck, but I think he should get the lucky dog here, so he'll be back in the lead lap. Oh, Harvey Negron's still around. Somebody else spun further up here as well. There's some smoke lingering there. I don't think those were skid marks from the 40. Maybe the 6 of Brian Rawson might have been involved. Well, actually. Oh, what in the world?
Did we have another incident maybe in the front of the field?
I'm not sure. That's Mike Mangialardi in the 29 spinning on pit road. Might have a couple of things to look at here. Let's start with the initial incident coming out of the tri-oval, which has appeared to definitely be the trouble spot of the evening. And I was going to ask, were we 3 wide? We kind of were. Oh, it looks like Breedlove wanted to go to the outside of Gary Mingus. Mingus shut the door. And as Breedlove had to lift, he had Kelly Causey into the back of him.
Again, we talked about it earlier, just the same 2 cars basically fighting for the same piece of real estate. One person tried to make a move up high, get in line, and they were not clear.
It's interesting trying to make that move in that portion of the racetrack, because usually, from what I remember of the Daytonas I've run, you're up in that extreme outside line here through the tri-oval. You're almost guaranteed to brush the wall when you get to about this portion of the straightaway. As there you see Ulysses Sandoval. A little follow-up hit there from Pat McCarskey into Kelly Causey.
I almost wonder if maybe that causes a little bit of panic as well, and that's what led to that crash, because you're that close to the outside wall. I almost wonder, maybe is it better to just take that hit and get out of everybody else's way?
Could very well be. I mean, then again, it's no damage.
And that's why I say it's probably the best reason. It's probably best for the best if you just hit the wall and, deal with being brushed up against the outside wall instead of going back down into a lane where you're not clear and causing an incident like that.
With how close the 00 of Causey was behind him, I think even if he had brushed the wall, it would have scrubbed off so much momentum that he probably still would have gotten hit from behind. Because Causey seemed like, as Breedlove was trying to make that move, like he was probably going to go with him. So I'm not exactly sure if we would have avoided anything there, even if Breedlove had stayed up there into the outside wall.
I guess we'll never know.
Let's see what happened for the follow-up wreck here. Oh yeah, we ended up having something of the drivers that were just ahead of that incident there. Keith Bynum and Brian Rawson. Ooh, were we almost looking 4 wide there? Bynum comes down into Rawson, then a little
Oh,
follow-up hit there. And that's where all that dust was, kicked up in turn 2 as Brian took a little off-road excursion. And then what happens with Mike Mangialardi in the 29? Sorry, I'm used to calling him the 029 on Thursday nights, but he's actually the 29 here. Oh, whoa, whoa.
oh boy, just got loose of his own accord. Had a little bit of a hiccup right there.
Maybe just wanted to stop by, say hello to his pit crew.
Didn't look like he really took that hard of a hit. Again, no damage, but inconvenience nonetheless.
And Mangialardi might have been reacting to the car in front of him. Got a little snappy loose there. I believe that his left sides were on that yellow line, so maybe a little loose on that paint grip potentially. But to your point, no harm, no foul. He loses track position, but with no damage. He'll be able to continue on. And I believe, just double checking, I think everybody did come down pit road here under this caution. I'd be shocked if anybody didn't. And Jessica Loralee is going to get the top position for this restart, and she'll share that front row with Denny Carroll. We'll wait to see if Mark Paglia did get the free pass. If he does, all 28 drivers will be on the lead lap when we go back green. This is going to cap off our week here on the Flatout Racing Network, but a lot coming up here in the following week as we kick off on Monday night. We'll have the Rolling Thunder Gaming Bare Bones Racing Series final race of the regular season. That's right, the playoffs are going to be put together at the conclusion of the Infineon race, a road course to cap off the regular season. Several drivers have already won their way into a playoff position, but a lot of spots up for grabs in terms of drivers trying to point their way in. On Wednesday night, we had the All-Star race at Charlotte last week, but the Esports Oval League's Grind Cup Series now will have points paying out when we come back to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Only 5 races remain in that regular season before we put the playoffs together in that series. And then on Thursday night, the playoffs begin as we will be starting off Season 65 of the Talladega Challenge Series Chase for the Championship. They will be at the High Banks under the lights at Burnt Screwdrivers Raceway for the first of our 2-race round of 13 before we will be determining the 8 drivers that will be moving on into the next round of the playoffs. That'll kick off at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on all 3 nights, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So be sure to join us for a week full of action here on the Flatout Racing Network. As looks like we should be getting that 1 to green here this time by. There goes Pags. So he'll get back in the lead lap, and with the 28 getting back in the lead lap, 28 cars will be on the same lap as race leader Jessica Loralee. Looking at the numbers here, Jack, no, they can't make it to the halfway point on what they've got in the tank right now.
That'll make things interesting for sure if we do end up getting a bit of a long green flag run here. I don't think I'd bet on it considering what's happened in this race so far, but you never know. If these guys decide, okay, we'll take things easy because we know there's a halfway break coming up at some point. To see what the strategy is and who decides to come to pit road first.
Yeah, something here that'll be interesting is if about the median, based off what we saw there on that round of green flag pit stops, about maybe 20 laps that they can make it on fuel. When we go back green, that would put us to around lap 70, about 10 laps to go from the halfway mark. We could see some varying strategies where some drivers come down pit road and elect to maybe just take on 1 can of fuel to be able to get to the halfway mark. We know pit road will be open after the 5-minute break, so if you have to come down, you have to top the fuel tank off again, you can do so. But there might be other drivers maybe with a 10-lap spurt before that halfway caution comes out, come down, completely fill the car full of fuel, and then maybe elect to stay out when we get ready to go green to the second half of this race.
Really just going to come down to who feels more comfortable doing what. You know, do you kind of feel like maybe you should have the car completely topped off when you go back to the green flag after the long break? Or do you feel like maybe there's another strategy at play?
20 people tuned into our live coverage tonight of the Primetime Racing League special event, the Firecracker 400. We appreciate you all tuning in here tonight. Let us know in the YouTube chat who you're rooting for this evening as we get ready to go back green. Lap 50 about to go up on the board here. About 30 laps away from our halfway break here tonight. Jessica Laura Lee get us back underway. Headed for turn number 1. Great launch for her. Big push from Emmanuel Hartnett in the 83.
Hartnett looked really antsy on that restart. He looked like he was raring to go once the pace car left the track. He's going to stay glued to the back bumper of the 5 car.
They pull right up there in front of the 41 of Denny Carroll. I think we're going to see that all night long. Race leader choosing the inside line on the restart and then immediately trying to shift up there to that middle groove by the time they get to the exit of 2. We saw Greg Palmer do it on the previous restart. Shelton Hartnett do it here on this restart, but that inside line's not going away. Randy Waugh with a good push from Dan Lovell trying to make something happen as they're side by side for the 3rd spot with Denny Carroll.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with Randy Waugh here because he was dominating the race from the early going of it when he was at the front and he was leading the high side, and now he's stuck in the bottom, but he's still kind of hanging with there in the top with the top lane so far. But as I say that now, he's sort of starting to lose a bit of momentum there. So maybe it just took a little bit for the middle lane to get going, but once it did, they're pulling away a little bit now.
Led a race high 25 laps so far here tonight. Most of any driver, only one of 2 drivers that have led double-digit laps this evening. Greg Palmer being the other, as he's been out in front for 12 circuits. And on his outside right now, talking about Randy Waugh, is the 79 of Nate Balser.
Ooh.
A lot of drivers have kind of had some up and down nights here. They've spent time at the front. They've spent time at the back. They've taken a little spell in the middle of the field. So they've gotten the full experience here, at least in the first half of this race, of kind of what to expect when we get towards the second half of this race and what the capabilities are, what exactly they can do to either get them into or out of situations. As big save back there by Dante Ricky, but Greg Lovell's going to go around. We're going to have cars littering the back straightaway. What almost was nearly not a caution, the reaction ended up spurring on the wreck.
Yeah, sometimes it's not the initial incident itself, but the reaction that ends up causing the crash. I was going to say before when you wrapped up that sentence there that there was a move for the lead on the bottom of the racetrack. So I think a couple cars that were riding in the middle lane, the 41 too, Denny Carroll kind of felt that the 21 had the better run after all, and they decided to block and gain that momentum. But then some trouble about the middle to back of the field, and like we said, the reaction ended up causing another caution.
Saw Denny Carroll, to your point, bring us back here to this caution flag. Now we're going to focus our camera first on the car I saw get out of shape. This is not the car that wrecked. We'll take a look at the wreck afterwards, but this was a great save by Dante Ricky. As you're going to see that check up there, this time on the top side, gets a little bump in the right rear quarter panel, and that car should have wrecked. That car should have spun out. How it kept going, I don't know.
I don't know either, and I think the car to his outside, I can't quite tell who that is, but that car probably should have crashed as well, but they end up saving it, so not entirely sure what the reaction was that ended up leading to the yellow. We'll have to go back and see.
Here's a look at it here. Greg Lovell in the 8, Pat McCarskey in the 97. Drivers pulling low to avoid. Oh, there might have been some bumper grab there as Greg was on the back bumper of Gary Mingus, kind of shoots him up the racetrack. Makes contact, I think that was with Robert Breedlove. We'll get an aerial shot of it here. I mean, at that point in time, you've got the 84, the 68 up ahead of you. They've lost momentum. You're trying to do 2 things. You're trying to find a safe lane where you don't run them over. You're also trying to find a lane where the cars behind you, who may not necessarily get the message of what's going on, will not run you over. Brian Ross and Ulysses Sandoval getting some pieces of this incident as well. Caution will wave for the 4th time here tonight, and I'm going to be working the calculator here, seeing when exactly we go back green, because I think we still are not yet in the window to be able to make it to the halfway point on fuel.
I'm like 54 right now.
Yeah, we would have to be going green around lap 60, and we're probably going to go back green around lap 57, maybe, completion of lap 56. We've got no lap down cars, so that does take an extra lap of pacing off the board, so we could get back green sooner than that. As interesting here, Denny Carroll, Greg Palmer, Randy Waugh, number of drivers electing not to come down pit road here under this caution. So we will have some varying strategies in terms of fuel. Everybody still can't make it, but if we end up going green to the halfway point, we're going to see a bunch of different drivers on pit road at different times.
I almost wonder if this lead pack here, they feel like they can be the cars that are on the pit road first, because obviously, like you said, none of them can make it. But I feel like these guys hope that if they can get a long green flag run with no incidents until about lap 60, I think they want to be the first ones on the pit road.
Yeah, these guys were about 10 laps short, if my math was correct. And I even think, even if we have, a couple more cautions here before the halfway point, I don't think you can save that much under pacing. I wondered if that could have been a strategy they were thinking about. I mean, you can see they're clearly still clutching, trying to save fuel, but I don't think that's a viable option. Well, are they going to pit second time by here and give up that track position? No, nope, they're going to stay out. So, yeah, we'll see what exactly the end plan is for these drivers here. If you're wondering what we're talking about with clutching, whoop, Emmanuel
One of
Hartnett,
them did.
all right. Very late move on to pit road there for the 83, but if you're wondering what we're talking about with clutching, keep an eye on the center dial here as we're on board with Denny Carroll. See the needle currently on the 5, but at some point here, there you see where the car's needle immediately jumps down. That's him turning the engine off, throwing in the clutch. That helps him be able to save fuel, and on average at a track like Daytona, if you're able to clutch enough, you can save about half a lap on one lap of clutching. So within 2 laps, you can have about a lap of fuel saved here for the upcoming run. Got to keep pace there with the pace car, though. Sun setting there behind the hills here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Well, I don't know, are there really hills in Daytona Beach?
Not sure.
There's beaches. Setting behind the ocean, we'll say it that way.
Yeah, that's a certainty. The place is called Daytona Beach, so.
I'm trying to remember. I mean, I've been to Daytona. It's obviously a big business district area down there. I don't remember if there are really any hills, though. The lights are still on. I thought they would have gone out when we crossed the line that previous time, so we'll have at least 2 more laps of pacing here. Denny Carroll going to be the one that'll get us back green. Looks like it'll be Greg Palmer second, Randy Waugh third, Brian Wolf in fourth with Gary Mingus in 5th position. Donnie Cameron will be 6th, Robert Breedlove 7th, Dan Lovell in 8th, and Nate Balser and, well, I think it's going to be Dante Ricky. It's showing Emmanuel Hartnett in 10th, but we saw him dive onto pit road. He may have crossed the line in 10th on pit lane, but I don't think that's where he's restarting. No, it is going to be Dante Ricky, who is going to be in the 10th position when we go back green, and fingers crossed, pace car is going to switch off the lights here when we cross the stripe. And we'll get ourselves a restart here with a little less than 25 to go, about 24 to go. Yep, lights out. So we're going to rack them up, get ready to go green here once again.
I'm really interested how this restart is going to play out with the 21 cars sort of being the one that the cars on the high side of the track chose to block. So I almost feel like maybe the 41 of Denny Carroll kind of have some faith that the 21 of Randy Waugh will have enough momentum on this restart to push into the lead.
Yeah, we've seen, obviously, as we documented, drivers that start this race from the front row on that inside line. Their agenda is first get clear of that outside line and then move up. We saw on that last restart, Jessica Schultz and Emmanuel Hartnett. You got to think there was some communication going on there of when the 5 was going to launch. 83 was ready, and they were both able to clear the outside line. Denny Carroll, Randy Waugh, they worked together, and so there might be some communication between those two, seeing that 2 cars were able to do on the previous restart. Maybe try to do it here on this restart, get the timing down, and get themselves to first and second by the time we get here to the back straightaway next time by. Getting themselves situated there towards the rear of the field. One thing that we don't talk about is during caution periods, there is the potentiality that drivers can receive black flags, which is an end of the longest line penalty. And so there's got to be a lot of communication between the drivers, letting others know, hey, I've got a black flag, go on by me. I got to start at the tail end of the field. So drivers with that information then have to figure out what position they have to line up in for the upcoming restart. Looks like we've got everybody all situated and good to go. Pace car is going to head back down pit road. Hopefully we won't need him until the halfway point here, as he'll turn the field over into the command of that GM Goodwrench Service Plus Dale Sr. throwback, that number 41 of Denny Carroll. And we're back racing here tonight at Daytona in the Firecracker 400.
And in my opinion, a Dale Sr. scheme counts just as much as a patriotic scheme.
I agree with you on that one. He's got Mr. Goodwrench, I think, on the side of that race car. I don't know if Dale actually did run with Mr. Goodwrench on the side panel or not, or is that a Denny Carroll nickname? I'm not sure. I'm going to have to do some homework on that one.
And he got the good restart. He jumps up in front of the 22. That should be enough to keep him in the lead for the time being.
Again, no damage race, so a lot of drivers that have been involved in incidents earlier on in this event, still in it, still in the running, still up to speed, still competitive. You see that 931 fourth car up there. Well, now the lead car in that outside line. He's been in a couple of incidents tonight, and he's still up here now in the top 5. I saw just a little ways back there on that inside line, the red and white number 12 of Gary Mingus. Remember, we ended up seeing him early stages of this race go a lap down under green flag conditions. The field flew by him on the apron on the back straightaway, so he's back in the running of this thing as well.
41, I think, is going to yield to the 22 here. Either that or try to block the run on the high side. The 22, it looked like he got out of line just a little bit, was able to hold on to it.
Greg Palmer going to draw alongside. Question is, can he keep this momentum up off of 4? We've seen that outside line be really strong on corner exit. He'll stay to the left rear quarter panel, but Denny Carroll will still lead the lap. Now for Greg Palmer, it's about getting enough of a rundown here to get clear through the center of 1 and 2. We'll see if he can do it with Brian Wolf offering the drafting help.
Neck and neck at the front, something we haven't seen a whole lot of today.
Most of these race leaders, with 4 cautions here tonight, have made anywhere from 3 to 5 pit stops. Number of those topping off the fuel tank at the 1 to go mark. I don't think we give out an award for the driver that makes the most pit stops in a race, but currently 3 drivers have made double-digit trips to pit road in these first now 60 laps. 11 pit stops each for Ulysses Sandoval and Alex Moe, 10 for Brian Rawson. So something tells me those drivers are pretty comfortable just kind of riding at the back and subsequently coming down pit road, topping off the tank whenever they get a chance.
That could be the early going strategy for some of these guys. Again, we keep talking about that halfway break in the race, so I think maybe some drivers could be waiting until that point before they decide to start racing a little bit more aggressively now. Obviously, nobody's a lap down, so anybody is still in it to win it from this point forward.
Ooh, Gary Mingus had to lift there on the entry to 3, stacked up that inside line. He and fellow Blue Oval Mustang Nate Balser nearly made some contact. Nice job there. Everybody else behind as well. We've seen the stack up on that inside line going into 3. That could have nearly been the same case right there, but we keep it clean and green, at least for the time being. There is quite a gap from Mingus up to Randy Wall. That inside line needs the help, and now here it comes.
I was almost wondering if maybe the 84, the 87 was going to try and duck low and get inside that gap. The 3 cars that were leading on that inside line. Whoa, the 41 car going to block. I was going to say the 3 cars on the inside lane were still keeping up with the front runners on the outside. So even though there was that gap behind them, it still looks like they managed to have the pace to keep up, or maybe they're doing a lot of side drafting as well.
Denny Carroll channeling his inner Dale Sr. there, blocking where the momentum is. He saw that inside line, had the run, moves down in front of Greg Palmer to cover it. Keep an eye on that outside line there with Robert Breedlove, Dan Lovell, and others. If they start to get a run, does Denny then abandon ship and go up there to the top? We'll have to see. Right now, they're still trying to generate that run down the back straightaway.
I think that was Nate Bolster, the 79, that was trying to make something happen. He was looking high, he was looking low for a little bit. Now he's peaking a little bit low.
Trying to find his way around Gary Mingus, who seems to be having a bit of trouble holding the bottom through the corner.
Ooh, maybe a bit of contact there between him and the 29.
Now Mingus will find his way up in front of Mike Mangialardi. The Wawa cars have finally found each other there. The Toyota of Dante Ricci and the Ford of Gary Mingus. Ooh, that 29, or the 295 I should say. Brian Wolf got down there with those left sides on the apron. So used to calling Brian Wolf in the 29, but the 29 is Mike Mangialardi, so Brian has the 29 featured, but has a little 5 after it as well. As he's third on that inside line there. Pretty similar looking to how this race started. We're pretty much gridlocked double wide all the way through the field here, from the front to the back of the pack.
That we are. It's really tight up here. Didn't really see a whole lot of it in some of the recent portions of the race, but now we're finally seeing it here. These cars are pretty much neck and neck at the front of the field.
And again, same scenario as it's been on the last couple of restarts. Nobody is able to make it to the halfway point on fuel. Again, a reminder to everybody that there will be a guaranteed caution that will come out around lap 80, the halfway mark, unless we end up having a caution past lap 70. Then that will serve as the halfway break, as Breedlove has finally generated that run on the top side. Denny Carroll was not able to block it. Breedlove pulls up alongside, yet to be able to edge out ahead, but side by side there between the 41 and the 931. And again, they're trying to do everything they can to maybe pinch each other down or up, but it all relies on the momentum behind them, whether or not they're going to be able to lead the charge up there into that clean air.
I think Palmer may have wanted to try to force his way there on the inside a little bit, but decided to better of it.
Saw the 68 move up there to the outside line. Joseph Landy Pavlon, not sure if he's moving up there to make a move. Yeah, looks like he was trying to. Nothing doing. He gets back in front of fellow Dodge Pat McCarskey. That's back around the 14th, 15th position, trying to make something happen here late. A lot of times we'll see a lot of movement at a super speedway around this portion of the race, and we call that positioning yourself for the pit stops. A lot of drivers, they'll want to get that 1 or 2 extra spots, because that could translate to a net gain of 5, 6, 7 spots if they're able to execute a really good pit stop once everything cycles around. And whoa, we might have had some bumper grabbing going on here. Dante Ricci almost out of shape off the back of Donnie Cameron. Pat McCarskey went up there and might have brushed the outside wall. He's now 3 wide.
Too close for comfort. Everybody racing super tightly here as we're getting closer and closer to these pit stops. I almost wonder maybe when do these drivers feel like is the right time to head to pit road. Be a bit of a tricky situation too if you're in that upper lane and you feel like you need to pit right around a certain time, but all those cars at the bottom are in your way.
Trying to remember when not the most recent caution, but the caution prior to that came out, because that'd be the restart that we'd be counting laps from for most of our front runners here, like Denny Carroll, Greg Palmer, and others that elected to stay out under the last caution. Everybody else should be able to go a little further that came to pit road under the last yellow. So, especially too with the 41, he's going to be the benchmark in the fact not only we know that he's shorter on field than everybody else, but he's the lead car right now for his line, so he's using up a lot more fuel, creating the draft for everybody else behind him.
Absolutely. I will say, I know we're doing a lot of strategizing here. That's an important part of the race, but I do love, this is one of the reasons why I love Daytona, because of how tight this is. This is really fun to watch.
What they call it, a chess match at over 190 miles per hour. That's literally what it is. A lot of moving pieces as Pat McCarskey moves into the wall once again, this time on the back straightaway. That's the second time in the last couple of laps that he's done that, and it's been on a straightaway, so something's going wrong there with the 97. I'm not sure exactly what it is, as that's going to break up that outside line a little bit.
It's a chess match at 190 plus miles an hour with a massive safer barrier wall to your outside.
Yes. But we talk about how drivers up here at the front rely on what's happening in their rearview mirror to get them up there. Look at Robert Breedlove. He was alongside of Denny Carroll for the top position. That moment happened back around 15th, and now he's drifted back side by side for third.
Maybe a little bit of let off from the top line there, is I think the 931 was having some problems.
I think he's dropping back. I think he was telling everybody to go by him.
Almost wonder if we're going to see some form of pit stop soon.
Could very well be. It's a good point. I mean, we see Denny Carroll continuing to hug the inside line. Same for Greg Palmer. They don't want to get caught out in that middle line, as they're going to have to be pitting shortly. Now they move up to the middle groove to kind of arc it into the corner. Whoa!
Ooh, careful.
Both Palmer and Wolf getting the apron there.
I think we're going to see pit stops this lap. It looks like just about everybody was trying to work their way to the bottom. You see only, I think, 4 or 5 cars in that camera shot.
You could be right. I'm seeing radios lighting up. Let's see if our race leader and others are going to be coming to pit road this time, nearing 10 laps to go here before the halfway break. Nope, it's going to be the 931 of Breedlove coming in. That's why we saw him fading back. Wanted to find a safe spot in the field to be able to get to the inside and make his pit stop. He's going to do it alone. Usually you make a green flag pit stop, you want to do it with a friend or two. Produce a lot more speed if you're in a pack once the cycle of pit stops complete, rather than all by your lonesome. See Jessica Loralee up there on that top side. I believe that there's a number of drivers here at the front that are indicating they're coming to pit road, so she's going to swing around the outside of them as she can go a little bit further on fuel. I believe our leaders are coming in this time.
Here they go.
Oh my gosh! Greg Lovell. I thought he was about to wipe out the 388. He didn't, but now the big question is, did he get that thing down to pit road speed? Because he was flying in there.
Yeah, I would hope so for his sake too as well, because he would be losing a lap if he didn't execute that one safely, but that was really close. That could have been a lot more disastrous.
Skid marks right there. No caution. Whoa, who was that? Was that Breedlove? Was that the 931 who had just pit? It is.
Not completely sure what's going on with that car, but it has stopped and he made the teleport back to pit road.
He stalled out there. I'm not sure what that was. We are still green, as that was down on the apron, I believe. Oh, nope, we are under caution. Never mind. Yellow flag did come out for that. And I believe that this will now, because we are past lap 70, this will be the caution that will lead us into our halfway break. Jessica Loralee is going to be the front runner here. Obviously, a number of drivers going to be making pit stops that would have made them in the next couple of laps. But let's go back and see what happened there to Robert Breedlove. Oh, wow. Mechanical failure. Engine gone.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
And see what happened there. As I said, there's only a couple of ways that your night can end here with a no-damage race, and unfortunately for Breedlove, he found one of them. It's coming off at 2.
I almost wonder if things were starting to go wrong when he moved up to the high side of the racetrack and was basically telling everybody to get out of the way, because he was leading the outside line when that happened before having to go up to the way outside.
He had already shifted up to 4th, so it wasn't a money shift issue. And right there, being on the apron, he's got the race cars coming around him. That is not deemed off the racing surface on the apron there going into 3, so with oncoming traffic, that's where the caution was thrown. Let's go on board with him and take a listen, see if we can hear anything untoward, because sometimes there's where you end up having an issue, and Other times there'll be where it'll just be a random blow up. This is on board. Let's listen. Oh,
Oh.
that sounded like a money shift. I don't know if he accidentally hit his shifter. I don't know if he accidentally downshifted to third gear, but that sounded like a money shift, unfortunately, there for the
Tough break.
931. And now cars are going to take their service. They are lined up on pit road here under this caution period. And this will now lead us into the halfway break here for the Firecracker 400. So as these drivers will take care of what they need to do, we're also going to do the same here on the commentary side. Coverage will resume here in about 5 minutes time. Keep it here. Firecracker 400 second half coming up right after this. welcome back to our coverage here of Primetime Racing League special event tonight, the Firecracker 400. Just got done with our 5-minute halfway break, and now drivers coming down pit road here to make pit stops in preparation for the second half. Jessica Loralee bringing them down pit road.
We've had a little bit of an interesting incident take place during that race break, as we've noticed that there was the retirement of a 21 car of Randy Waugh no longer participating in this race. Not entirely sure what happened. Not sure if it was of his own doing. Maybe he had to step aside for the rest of the race, or something else came up that caused him to have to retire. But unfortunate for that 21 car. He was running pretty well in this one so far.
Was indeed. Had led the most laps up to this point. 25 laps led as we try and get this all organized here after drivers were going to pit before the halfway point. Then the caution came out and now make these pit stops under yellow. We'll double check and see who all the free pass drivers are and everything, as we ended up having a question in our chat from JC1424 how the caution during the pit stops affected the running order coming back to green. So as you saw right there, pit road was open after we rolled off of pit road from the halfway break. The drivers that took service, how they came off of pit road is how they are going to restart. Most of the other drivers that came to pit road there under green flag conditions were able to stay on the tail end of the lead lap, but they have also chosen to come down pit road under this caution period. So pretty much when the caution came out, the field was frozen, and that determined how they came down pit road. The pit stops determined how they get ready for this restart. It looks like Keith Bynum was able to stay on the tail end of the lead lap, so he should get the wave around here. We'll wait to see who the lucky dog drivers are going to be once everything updates here when they cross the start finish line. So not counting the halfway yellow, which was for cause the blown motor for Robert Breedlove. We've had a total of 5 cautions so far here this evening. We've had a total of 3 drivers lead for double-digit laps here tonight. Randy Waugh, Denny Carroll, and Greg Palmer. And currently, as they cross the line in my scoring updates, it looks like 26 drivers still running, all 26 on the lead lap. The 2 retirees, as Jack alluded to earlier, the 21 of Randy Waugh and the 931 of Robert Breedlove. Now it looks like Keith Bynum actually may be starting up at the front there in that 63 car. So he might have actually been on the tail end of the lead lap when that caution came out and is able to cycle his way to the front. I'm trying to remember if he was one of those drivers that came to pit road there just before that caution flew. Can't recall exactly. But he'll start on the outside of the front row regardless, it would appear here, with Nate Balser now going to be the race leader. Started this race from the pole. Has he led a lap? He has not led a lap, so he didn't even lead the first lap after starting the inside of the front row. This is going to be his first lap led of the night, as late as lap 76's completion.
Oh no, I just saw it in the chat. We were talking during the break. We were hoping this wasn't the case, but it sounds like Randy did accidentally hit the retire button during his pit stop.
Yep, we were talking about this. Donnie Garrett did it a couple of Thursday nights ago during our coverage of one of the Talladega Challenge Series races. We were discussing this. Randy was having such a good run. I wondered if that was a possibility, and unfortunately that is the case. Man, that is a tough break.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean, you're in the middle of such a good run, but one misclick like that, and it'll take you completely out of the running. It sucks.
Ken Roberts feeding us that information in our YouTube chat. We got Rodney Summons there as well. Saw Rodney earlier say he hated to miss this one. Good to see a lot of our RTG regulars in our chat here tonight who, unfortunately, we aren't seeing out here showing their talents on the racetrack. Hope you guys are all enjoying our coverage this evening, as we're halfway through, but I feel like we're just getting started here because we kind of had an 80-lap run there, and now we get ready for maybe another 80-lap race. It's almost almost like we've taken and split this into a couple of dual races.
It does have that feeling. A lot of these drivers, maybe their mentality has changed a little bit. Now you got a bit of a clean slate here going into the second half of this race. Now, though, there's also the added risk that we've talked about. A lot of those track position incidents or things like that where problems can come up for drivers. And, before that halfway break, you think, not a big deal. We'll have this caution will all be sorted back up together here at the start of the race or at the start of the second half of the race. But now, if something like that were to come up again, you're in a little bit more trouble.
Looking at this here, we'll be getting back green at the start of lap 78. That means that these drivers are going to have to make at least 3 more pit stops before the conclusion of this one to be able to make it on fuel. And of course, we've seen the timing of the cautions here in the first half of this race have made things interesting, especially towards the close of this halfway point. In terms of pit strategy, we'll see if we end up having any future cautions, where they fall, and how they affect maybe drivers positioning themselves for the end of this one. Pace car getting ready to head to pit road. He led us to green to start this race. He'll lead us to green to continue this race into the second half of tonight's Firecracker 400. Nate Balser's Ford Dark Horse Mustang gets us back under the green at Daytona.
Just to provide another little update from the chat from Robert Breedlove, who retired from the race earlier. He said, his card on the wall there, he said that he hit the wrong button and he downshifted and blew up.
Yeah, I thought that was the case. It definitely sounded like a money shift there. He had just shifted up to 4th gear and saw the car shift to neutral. You could hear it when we had that in-car camera with him, as things now gonna get a little spread out at the front of the field. 4-car breakaway, and a big portion of that, as you alluded to there on that restart, I believe that was the 388 of Dan Lovell, went up and brushed the outside wall. Everybody kind of lifted in reaction. Now we're gonna start getting lined up again here. Kelly Causey with a massive run, and he's gonna shoot to the bottom with help from Joseph Landy Pavlon.
Holy cow, it feels like a few guys, though, maybe decided to go up and line with the top. These 2 cars are going to try and stick it out on the bottom and keep their momentum going, but it can be a little bit trickier knowing that you have less of a push now because the cars that were pushing you decided to get in line with the other cars.
Saw right there, Kelly Causey kind of almost push up the racetrack there. Try and crowd that middle line. That's the basic defensive ploy that you have to do if you're on the bottom of the racetrack to stall out the run of the top side coming off of turn 2. This is a much less spacious racetrack than Talladega, but we've seen in the past where drivers will try and double wide share the space in those middle hash marks. At Talladega, as big save there from Javier Negron. Little bumper grab off the back of JLP.
Got to be careful watching the reaction to that, too, because we saw an earlier incident like that where the first little misstep there did not cause a caution, but then the reaction to it did, but it looked like everybody able to keep their heads calm.
I'm not sure about the state of his underwear right now, but Javier might be very happy he's sponsored by Tide.
There you go.
Jessica Loreley leading that inside line right now. Saw that run Kelly Causey had, trying to help move that bottom lane forward. Emmanuel Hartnett down there as well. Currently side by side for the 6th position, but appears to be losing some momentum, especially when we get on the straightaways here into the tri-oval. Nate Balser continuing to show the way, and as I mentioned, these are the first laps that he's led here tonight, despite starting this race from the pole position. And look who's right behind him there, Greg Lovell. We saw that aggressive move, locking up the brakes when he came to pit road there just before the halfway point caution came out. He made it onto pit road safely. He got it down to 55 miles per hour. So, I mean, if we're looking at somebody that went to the max in terms of how far you can push the limit with hot pitting, it might have been the 8 car so far this evening.
I mean, that's impressive stuff. The art of hot pitting. It can be a little bit dangerous, but if you can pull it off, it can pay dividends.
Oh! Spinner in the back! Mark Paglia around, Donnie Cameron, he's going to get a hit. I believe that was by Steven Branstetter. Caution will wave for the 6th time here tonight.
Mark Paglia is just not having a good night. I think that's the 4th caution he's been involved in now.
No love for the Lotus here at Daytona. As you see the pace car heading his way out. Frozen field, so these drivers are not racing back. They're between 185 to 190 miles per hour, but they're maintaining their positions coming back here to the caution flag. There'll be a point here as we get closer towards the end of this race where cautions will be raced back. And where you are when you cross the start-finish line is where you'll be for the upcoming restarts. But at this point in time, all cautions are frozen field. Let's take a look and see what exactly happened there with the 28 of Mark Paglia. As you alluded to, I mean, I guess no damage race is the good news, and maybe a little bit better news. Get all of this bad luck out of the way now, and then maybe the good luck comes to you when we get closer to the end.
Absolutely. You'd rather this happen right now than at the end of the race if you're coming to the checkered flag. 87 guard taking a couple shots there as well. Got up into the wall.
Ulysses Vanderval pulls alongside, just says, hey, you okay, bud? And then let's Paglia fire it up and get going. Looked like it was a stack up ahead of the 28. Saw Dante, Ricky, Brian Rawson in that. It might have even started up as far as the 295 of Brian Wolf. You see the 84 get out of shape. The 6 does as well. 510's the one that spins. The 87 of Donnie Cameron. Oh, that should be a nice little shot. Look at that. Hey, how you doing?
Just goes to show you, though, one little bit of contact like that, that's all it takes to cause a whole chain reaction incident like that. One slight tap at an awkward angle, and it can cause some setbacks to some other drivers' days.
Got Frank Divins in our chat, cheering on the BSGR drivers. And of course, being Big Stone Gap Racing, which consists of the Lovels as well as Denny Carroll. Brian Rawson going to stay out, get a lap led here. More than likely going to be coming to pit road on the second time. Ooh, we got some contact off of pit road. Denny Carroll, a pinball right now.
That could be a little bit scary if you're coming off of pit road and you see just up ahead of you there are cars going around.
Somehow everybody kind of kept it pointed in the right direction despite all of that. Let's watch this again as Denny coming off pit lane. Ooh, it looked like, I don't know if that was on the upshift or what, but the car kind of snapped around on him a little bit there.
Almost looked for a split second like one of his tires maybe caught the grass. I didn't see any dust coming up, but...
Take an aerial look at it here. Keep an eye on the gearing here as well as...
No.
Oh, that just got loose.
Yeah, just snapped loose on him. Huh.
Little bounce off of Greg Lovell and Dan Lovell. And he gets it going again. I believe he crossed the pit road exit line in second place. We'll see if he gets that spot back. Yeah, it looks like he does.
Well, it just goes to show you how the camera can play with your eyes sometimes. We had that front-facing angle. I thought maybe he might have tapped the grass a little bit, but didn't see any dust. And we saw the helicopter angle, and he did not make any contact with the grass. Just got loose.
No damage too, so he won't have to come back down pit road to repair those front fenders. Don't necessarily think his tires will be all that bad either. I mean, it was a half spin, if anything, so... wouldn't wear them down that much. Might bring them up to temperature a little bit quicker, but no harm, no foul right there. As he'll be on the, looks like outside of the front row here with Nate Balser. And then you'll have a couple of the Trump cars lined up in second and third. Greg Lovell on the bottom, Dan Lovell on the top. Those two actually shared a row to kick off this race. They both started back in row 6, and now they'll be in row 2. Joseph Landy Pavlon, Jessica Loralee, Pat McCarskey, Kelly Causey, Graham McDonald, and Dante Ricky going to be your top 10. And a couple of drivers that we really haven't talked about here tonight starting to make some appearances up here at the front, including that 24, the Mopar Dodge of Graham McDonald. And That's a thing too. I was noticing a handful of drivers, 4 or 5 drivers, that for most of this first half were just kind of chilling at the back, just riding. Now, as we start to get closer towards the end of this race, is when they're going to start coming out of the woodwork and start being a little bit more competitive, trying to get up there to the front. Alex Moe being another driver, Ulysses Sandoval, Brian Roston, Donnie Cameron. They, for the most part, all just been kind of riding at the back. And the question is going to be, when do they feel it is go time? Because yeah, there's only right now 26 drivers in the field, all on the lead lap, but you gotta, in a sense, know how long it's going to take you to get past all those other drivers to make sure that you're in the right place at the right time to have your nose hit the start-finish line first when the checkered flag is waving in the stand.
Absolutely. You want to pick and choose your moment, but it has to be the correct moment because you don't want to start making your charge towards the front of the field, and at that point, it would be too little too late. We talked about during the break, we don't really get that many donations in the chat. We just got one for $20.
Wow. Frank Divens Sr. coming in with 20. Thank you so much, Frank. Appreciate it. Looks like we're going to have at least one more lap of pacing here. Great racing here tonight. Gearing up here for the second half of this race. And again, for those that don't know, if you're hearing someone slightly new up here in the booth, that's because we're breaking in. Debuting Jack Mitchell here this evening, making his first appearance in the FRN commentary booth. You've had the opportunity, obviously, you and myself, we started off with offline here in NR 2003, but now you get to see some drivers actually behind the race cars making on-the-spot decisions. I mean, it's a huge transition, isn't it?
It is. You know, I kind of have to check myself a little bit with some of the commentary that I usually use because I have to remind myself that these are real people making the decisions this time. It's not a bunch of AI for once. So it's been fun, though. I've been enjoying it. Obviously, this actually is not my first experience calling online racing, but it was pre-recorded races. We would record the races, then edit the footage, and then my commentary was not in real time. So now this is my first time calling it in real time. I'm looking forward to it, and I've been having fun.
You say that now, and now a small part of me wants to see offline cars or AI cars try to hot pit. I want to see it happen.
We'll find a way to code that in.
You're going to have to put like 10 different LPs so they don't run each other over on entry.
Something like that. But in all seriousness, it has been very fun, and I appreciate you, Seth, and everybody at FRN for giving me an opportunity to join the commentary booth, and I hope that this is the first of many races.
Absolutely. Glad to have you here, as we're now going to be gearing up for approaching 70 laps to go. We'll have a little bit more than that here when Nate Balser will be bringing us back around for the restart. Denny Carroll will line up to his outside in second, with Greg Lovell, Dan Lovell, and Joseph Landy Pavlon going to be the top 5. Looks like we are still in the window of it being a 3-stop race before we get to the conclusion. Frank Divinson told Primetime Racing League if they ran 160 laps, he'd donate $20 to FRN to help pay. So there you go. They're running 160. Green flag back in the air. A little stack up there on that outside line. Dan Lovell not quite ready for that green as stacks up there into the grill of the 5 of Jessica Loreley, and might have actually been a little Joey Logano okie dokie there to let Greg up into that top line.
You know, I think you would think with the car that was basically caught napping on that restart, you would think that the 41 might not get the benefit of as good of a push on the restart, but instead, the 8 car decides I'm going to go up into the top, fill that gap, and now the outside lane should get the push here.
Big Stone Gap Racing find themselves 1, 2, 3 on that top side with Denny, Greg, and Danny. You saw Nate Balser. He tried to get up there in front of him through 1 and 2, couldn't do it, and now he's pinned on the inside line trying to get some assistance from Joseph Landy Pavlon.
Doing a good job as teammates, though, sticking together. You really want to work with your teammates the best you possibly can at Daytona, but obviously when we get down to the nitty-gritty, when there's only 5, 4, 3 laps left in the race, that's not going to matter. There are no teammates at that point.
You always want to find your teammates, and in the case here is what we're seeing. You want to control the race as well. And it's interesting too because everybody has their own job. If you're Denny Carroll, obviously you're determining which line you and your teammates are going to run. If you're Greg Lovell, being that middle car, you're the one that's kind of responsible for the momentum of that line. You want to be right up on that back bumper of the 41, but maybe not necessarily pushing him. Why? Because if you do, that stalls your momentum and you're back into the nose of Dan Lovell. And then for Dan, he's basically the navigator right now. He's the one that's doing all the looking in his rearview mirror. He's the one that's checking his F2 saying, hey guys, we've got a line that's forming on the inside line. They're about 2, maybe 3 car lengths back. They're starting to close up. We might want to consider going down there to the bottom, or no guys, status quo is good. Let's stay up here and ride in this top line. So everybody has their own job when it comes to team racing like this.
And that can be a really good thing at a place like Daytona, where that sort of thing can give you a stranglehold over the races these guys have right now, being 1, 2, 3. I think it's just gonna see, the only thing that could really factor into this right now is if pit stops happen, or if these guys get, you know, if there's another bit of a run on the bottom as they saw a car hit the wall.
I think that was Mike Mangialardi right there, that black and camouflage number 29. Might have been reacting to Nate Balser trying to tuck his way up in line. He's fallen all the way back to 11th position after he led us back to green there on that restart. Also saw that JLP made his way up there to the top line. He's currently in 8th position.
Well, if we were going to see any drivers ramp up the aggression now that we're in the second half of the race, it's not that apparent just yet. These guys are single file for not the whole top 10, maybe the top 15, maybe further back than that.
And single file visibly looks safe. I guarantee you it is anything but. We have seen cautions come out with single file racing just as much as we have double file racing. Why? Because everybody's running the same line. We've already seen what happens with checkup when you're double wide. The checkup is even more so when you're single file, as there was some contact there. Jessica Shelton got into the back of Dan Lovell. Great save by the 388, and he's going to get some help to get back up to speed there. A nice shove from Dante Ricky down the back straightaway.
Well, that'll break up the single file, at least to the front of the field. But yeah, that's a great point because, you know, I've been in the middle of single file racing. It's a really scary thing because you're trying your best to stay ahead of the car that's behind you. You're trying to make sure that you're running at a speed where they're not going to rear end you. But at the same time, you're trying as hard as you can to not rear end the car in front of you.
And remember, too, the draft is different for every car depending on where you are in the line. The lead car obviously is creating the draft. In the case there of Greg Lovell, he's going to get a bit of a run there on Denny Carroll when they get down the back straightaway here into 3. But there's going to be another 2 to 3 mile per hour difference if you're that third car of Dan Lovell. So each car, depending on where you are in the line, is going to have to lift a little bit earlier than the one in front of them to make sure you don't make contact with the back bumper of the car in front of you going into the entry of the corner. Because guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, you bump somebody going into the corner, they're not going to save it.
Yeah, it can be really scary if that sort of thing happens in the corner of a racetrack like Daytona, especially when there's not a whole lot of room to avoid incidents.
We're going to start maybe thinking about 3 wide back here. That's Brian Lovell, the Pontiac Trans Am, with Keith Bynum trying to make their way up the inside line. A couple of others behind them trying to draft up. I believe that is the 33 of Tim Anderson, as well as the 6, Brian Rossum. We haven't mentioned Tim Anderson's name much here tonight. You and I were joking earlier on. The only Tim Anderson we know by that name was, or is, I don't know if he still is part of the sport, but shortstop for the Chicago White Sox. First time I think we've ever seen Tim Anderson race here on FRN. Oh, wow, we are really squeezing here. We're trying to make a third lane work as everybody is running the middle line of the front runners. Now Dan Lovell's going to move up there in front of Dante Ricky. Let's see if he can make something happen here. Oh, wow, that's close.
Oh, man.
Almost clipped that right rear of Denny Carroll.
We're almost 4 wide.
Oh, man. Oh, we had a car down on the apron there. Brian Lovell had to back out of that situation. Things are getting tight here. I mean, I guess good news that it's no damage, because if we end up having anybody go around here, if it was realistic damage or even moderate, we probably would have some retirees.
Probably would. Definitely would have a big one, especially if something like that were to happen at the front of the field. But I think now the aggression's starting to turn up again. These drivers kind of realizing, hey, we got to go. About to hit lap 100.
Dan Lovell still trying that outside line. This time he's going to at least get door to door with Denny Carroll. And we are 3 wide, make it 3-4 rows deep. That's Brian Lovell bringing the charge up on the inside line. Oh, we're going to be 3 in the tri-oval. This has not worked really all that much here tonight. They'll all exit safely, at least for the time being.
This has been the trouble spot all race long, as you just alluded to. Look out there on the bottom of the racetrack. Almost some contact between the 44 and the 43. Everybody keeps it straight for now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows deep of 3 wide, and that inside line's making hay. Brian Lovell, whoop, there goes Greg to block,
no.
And there's contact. Oh, we're going to be 4. They're not going to
go.
make this work. Nope. Oh, we got several up and over. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, so many cars just going up and over. The moment one car went loose on the backstretch, you knew it was over.
Corner wreck, some of the worst to try to avoid at a super speedway, because you have no idea what direction each car is going to go. Some go up, some go down, some do the same at the same time.
And ladies and gentlemen, there is your big one.
That is the big one, for sure. At least so far. Again, good news that it's no damage, or else a lot of those cars that visited maybe all 3 stories of the catch fence would more than likely have been done for the night. And that was, I don't know if it was a block or bumper grab or a combination of both gone wrong at the front of the field, and it translated into a massive wreck going into turn 3.
That was absolutely insane. You saw all the aggression kind of dialed up out of nowhere, and then it just got more and more crazy until finally, I feel like when they were 3 wide, all those rows deep, you just felt like they were at the point of no return. If one little thing went wrong, it was over for everybody.
So this is all in reaction to the great run that I was talking about, Brian Lovell getting down the back straightaway. Greg Lovell's going to move down to cover. Denny Carroll does the same and maybe does it a little too late. There's the bumper grab. And as the 8's trying to come back up the racetrack, it's 4 wide, and there's just no way you're going to be able to fit them 4 abreast, especially when the 8 was already halfway down on the apron. And you saw the end result, and we'll get some more looks at it here. The 5 went up into the catch fence. I believe the 00 of Kelly Causey was up there. There were a lot of drivers that took some wild rides in this one.
You know, it's been a hot minute since I've been behind the wheel in an online race, and I'm not going to blame the 8 car there, and I'm not going to say, oh, he should have just braked and let everybody by, because I think that's way easier said than done. So sometimes just one of those unfortunate things where somebody makes a bit of contact, you get out of line, and there's not really a whole lot that anybody can do about it. So tough break.
The portion of the racetrack's tough too. I mean, even if you slow it down, with how abrasive the difference is of the flat apron to the banking of the racetrack, more than likely he's coming up the racetrack in turn 3 anyway.
Absolutely. So it's just an even more unfortunate break that they were 3 wide right where he was trying to get back up into the rest of the field. Look at the 5 car.
Up on top of Keith Bynum, Tim Anderson's in that, Pat McCarskey, Joseph Landy Pavlon, Gary Mingus, Mark Paglia again involved in this one, Brian Wolf. I think one driver is going to give us quite an interesting view here with their onboard. They were up pretty close to in the middle of this, and I think they somehow, I think they obviously were involved, but they somehow were able to keep it going. This is on board with Greg Palmer.
Couple hits from behind, maybe the side a little bit.
The wall, in a sense, saved him. Kelly Causey did a pretty good job of using the wall to keep it straight, too.
Hey, no damage race. Sometimes using that wall can be a little bit beneficial, obviously, as long as you're not wall riding.
That's right. So the big one has struck here at Daytona. And it strikes, closing in on 60 laps to go here this evening. I believe most of these drivers just were on pit road 1 lap ago. Pat McCarskey going to come in this time by. And Dan Lovell is going to inherit the race lead. Wonder if we can maybe grab somebody here while we're under pacing. I know who we'll get. Let's see if we can get a hold of a driver that for the most part has spent most of this race in the back. Let's see if we can go inside the mind of somebody of when it's time to go to the front. So let's see if we can get a hold of the driver of the 96, Ulysses Sandoval.
User was moved to your channel.
Hey Ulysses, Jack and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got a moment to talk? I'll give it another try here. Ulysses, guys up here in the FRM booth, you got us?
I cannot hear him. It sounds like he is
Yeah,
lighting, his indicator's lighting up, but we can't hear what's going through.
Give it 1/3 try here, and if not, maybe we'll try and see if we can get a hold of him later on. Ulysses, you got a copy? Alright, does not look like we do have a copy from him, so we'll see if we can dial him up
User was
a
moved
little
out
bit
of
later
your
here.
channel.
How about we dial up one of our fellow broadcasters here? 5 of Jessica Shelton took a wild ride there in that wreck.
User was moved to your
Hey
channel.
Jess, it's Jack and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
No, I don't.
Well, wild ride there for that Pepsi Chevrolet. Of course, no damage race, so still being able to continue on. But
yeah, no kidding, right?
yeah. At least it didn't shoot you up into the booth this time. At least we were able to kind of dial you up instead.
Well,
but
if you want me to, I'll park and I rate the rest of it, the whole race with you.
no, you're
do
good.
that.
We were talking about, though, it definitely seems like the second half of this race, the aggression level is ramping up. The pay window definitely is open, it seems.
Yeah, it just seems like I don't know what it was like before, like right before we took the break. It was starting to get like a little bit of calmness to it, and then we went back racing, and it's like just panic mode. Like everybody wants this spot, that spot, a little bit tighter racing, a little bit more aggressiveness. And I mean, we still got a long way to go. So I don't know. They just seem to have a sense of urgency. I mean, plenty of race to go. To me, I'm just trying to mind my own P's and Q's and just be patient.
Yeah, that definitely the aggression seemed to really ramp up in those last couple of laps before that wild ride you took. How are you feeling, though? Are you feeling confident that you can get back up to the front and try to win this thing?
I don't know about winning, but, you know, we got a lot of good drivers out here. So I'm just going to do what I have been doing, just trying to find what lanes are moving and try to go there and just see what happens. Slow but surely, one step at a time. I mean, you know, I know for a fact I can get to the front. I've done that several times already, but with these guys here, you know, everybody wants to be up front at this moment and being like the prime position ready to pounce. But it's all about patience, and we'll just see what happens. It's just a fun race. That's all it is, and there's no points on the line. So whatever happens, happens.
Well, as you said, a fun race here tonight, and still a long ways to go in this one as well. A couple of trips to pit road still projected for you guys. So as you said, you've been able to get up there to the front. Looking forward to watching you fight your way back up there again.
You guys having fun?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. All right, well, let's get back to it here. The lights are out.
All right, by the way, Seth, real quick, earlier they were discussing about the stream, how it was a little bit pixelated and a little bit of brushy, I guess you want to call it. So you might want to check and see if the stream's working pretty good on your end or not. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying what happened earlier on.
Okay, I will look into it. Appreciate that.
Yep.
That's Jessica Shelton.
User was
She's
moved
going to
out
look
of your
like
channel.
restart back in the 20th position on this upcoming restart. And yeah, if anybody can let me know as well in our YouTube chat if you've encountered that. I've had it up on my phone. So far it's looked like the quality's been good, but I'm not looking at it all the time. So if there is something going on with that, let me know, and I will look into it to make sure that the stream quality is good for everybody. As here we go, green flag back in the air. 60 laps to go here tonight at Daytona in the Firecracker 400. And it's going to be Dan Lovell who's going to lead us into turn number 1 alongside Dante Ricky.
Have not seen Dan Lovell at the front of the field just yet, so this will be really interesting to see what he can do now that he's now no longer being one of those cars pushing the 41 car.
Instead being pushed by the 41, and we've got a caution out again immediately. I didn't see anything happen. Oh, well, something definitely did happen here off of turn 2. Makarski, Sandoval, Tim Anderson, and Gary Mingus all involved here. Ulysses is going to pull a Kyle Busch, it looks like, here. These cars don't have diffusers, Ulysses. I think your tires are fine.
Should be all good.
As Ulysses does his best tomato impression, I guess. Let's take a look and see what exactly happened. This was back towards the rear of the field. I'm not exactly sure. Let's look around the Tim Anderson, Gary Mingus cars. Oh, looked like the 12 in reaction to 63 man. Turns down onto the apron, and then it overcorrects right up into the 33.
Yep, sounds like that's exactly what happened. It just got loose, and everybody else, including the 33, just happened to be an innocent bystander in that whole situation.
Not sure if Alex Moe was involved. See the 48, the 97, the 96 all nose to tail here. Yeah, Moe's going to come down across the nose of Sandoval. Then Sandoval turns down and gets the 97 of Makarski. So some chain reaction there of drivers trying to avoid the initial incident. That'll bring out the caution for the 8th time here tonight at Daytona.
I often say cautions breed cautions, and that was sort of one of those cautions breed cautions moment, as I think the 41 just pulled a fake out there. It looked like he was heading on the pit road, but then he stays out after all.
A few drivers with some split strategy there. I also saw Nate Balser stay out. I believe the 83 of Emmanuel Hartnett stayed on the racetrack, as you see Dan Lovell, Dante Ricky hitting pit road. And Mike Mangialardi also stayed out, Javier Negron. So this makes me kind of wonder now, trying to figure out what the strategy splits would be. Currently, it looks like everybody would still have to come to pit road at least 2 more times. These drivers here, I'm trying to figure out... Well, we had a rather quick yellow right there. The caution came out a couple corners after we had gone green. So there's not much in it in terms of these drivers having just been to pit road, maybe a lap and a half. So they're going to be fairly equal on what they've got in the tank. Not much of an advantage for those drivers coming down pit road, but could be important for if we end up going green the rest of the way, how much fuel you're putting in the car on the final pit stop of the night. Some drivers may take the 2 full cans. Some drivers might be able to spend a little extra time on pit road and take a can and a half.
Really just comes down to what the driver feels like is the best bet to do with this much time left in the race. Under 60 to go here, so I think we're only in the realm of about 2 more pit stops left to go in this one, if I'm not mistaken.
If the number we've got of about 20 laps is true, then yes.
Maybe it might be worth it just to get completely topped off by the time you have to do one of the first of those 2 upcoming stops. Just make definitively certain that you can get around to that point before... I lost my train of thought there, but you get the idea. Before you have to make those pit stops and any fuel issues could arise.
So under caution here for the 8th time tonight. Want to dial up another driver?
Let's do it.
Let's get a hold of our race leader. See if we can dial up that Dale Sr. throwback of Denny Carroll.
User was moved to
Hey,
your
Denny,
channel.
it's Jack and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Yeah.
Oh, this is number 41 Chevy. Kind of looks like Dale Sr. It's pretty speedy on the super speedway here tonight. 31 laps out in front. When you lose the lead, you're able to fight your way right back up there to that top position. Got about another, 56 laps to hold them off. How do you think you're able to do it? You've had some teammates there to be able to work with as well.
Yeah, she's fast tonight, but I lost my teammate a while ago on that intermission. We stopped, and he said he was going to get out of his car and accidentally retired.
Yeah, we
A
saw
bit of an
that there as
unfortunate
well.
break there for your team.
Randy accidentally retired at the break a while ago. I'm gonna have to find me somebody to work with now. I don't really have anybody.
Well, obviously, as we mentioned, you've got a fast race car been out there in front. How difficult has it been to control the lines? Because we saw, at least in the early going, there were a couple of drivers that were trying that third line, but we really saw once we ended up crossing into the second half of this race after the break, a lot of drivers attempting all three lanes, and we had them three wide, about 6-7 rows deep. For the most part, you've had a lot of it in the rearview mirror and basically had to control each one of these lines, block that momentum. How difficult has it been here? Because it looks like it's easy to generate a run. Is it just as easy to defend against it?
Uh, yeah, this setup is I think the setup is awesome, and it sort of makes it easier being out front.
What's the fuel situation look like for you guys? Because we're trying to crunch the numbers up here, and looks like you guys are around maybe, what, 2 more stops until the end of this race?
Yeah, we get about 20 laps a run, and these cautions help, but I think it's been a pretty good race so far.
Well, it
You know,
definitely has.
we've definitely enjoyed it from up here in the booth so far. So you sound like you're pretty comfortable with your car being out in front. Is that where you want to be? Do you want to be the one getting the push when the white flag comes out, or do you want to be giving somebody else a push and maybe trying to make a move when?
I don't think I want to be the leader when the white flag comes out. I'd rather be second or third.
We look forward to seeing how this all plays out. So far, you've had your car out in front for the most amount of time here this evening in the Firecracker 400. Maybe we see you have it out in front there on that most important lap when the checkered flag is waving. Best of luck here, Denny, as we get ready for you to get this field back under green.
All right, maybe I can talk to you guys. Maybe I'll get in the top 3 and be able to talk to you again after the race.
Sounds good. That's Denny Carroll. He's going to be our race leader
User was
here
moved out of
on
your
this
channel.
restart. And indeed, when we end up having this race concluded, we will take a look at the winner doing their burnouts. We'll give you your full finisher results, and we will be dialing up our top 3 finishers on the night, getting their impressions of this race overall, as well as what we're expecting are going to be some very dramatic final closing laps here in this Firecracker 400.
And we will indeed find out if where Denny's position is on the racetrack. Does he feel like he wants to be? He did say he felt like he wanted to be the pusher on the final few laps here instead of being the one getting the push. So I have to wonder what his mindset's going to be depending on the situation of the race. I mean, I had to ask, sometimes drivers are more comfortable being pushed. Sometimes other drivers want to get the run on the final lap and try to make that pass going out of 4 to the checkered flag.
Me, I want to be the leader in second place on back wreck, so I don't have to defend against anybody.
I think for me, it would just depend on, do we have a frozen field or do we have race back to the line? Because if you have a frozen field, you want to be out in front when the yellow flag comes out.
It's a great point. I mean, there is a possibility that we have to entertain that this race could end under caution. I'd have to figure out exactly when our dubbed point of no return would exactly be, but that also could kind of come into play in what type of moves we see and when we see them in the closing stages of this race, because it could get to a point where the next flag would end the race, and you certainly want to be in position to be able to be back to the caution and maybe win this race under yellow. As Denny Carroll gets us back underway, they single file out behind him. Emmanuel Hartnett now moves to second, and how about that tide ride? Javier Negron saw him slot himself right in front of Nate Balser into the third position, highest he's run so far tonight.
If my memory serves correctly, he was involved in, I think, one of those smaller incidents earlier in the race, so this is a great recovery for the 40 car.
Driver out of Team Wrecking Ball, currently holding down the final spot on the podium, has got a slight inside line building up down there. That's Donnie Cameron. A couple of dodges nose to tail with Graham McDonald following in his tire tracks, and then look at this. All the team cars there for Big Stone Gap Racing. You got the 388 Dan Lovell, the 8 of Greg Lovell, the 44 of Brian Lovell, and the 33 of Tim Anderson. All nose to tail here trying to get this inside line going.
I did do a bit of fact checking on the baseball Tim Anderson. He's currently a free agent.
He is, okay. formerly of the Chicago Cubs, I guess we'll say then.
Yeah, he was with the White Sox, then he was with the Marlins,
Oh,
and he
did I
was
say
with
the
the
Cubs are with the
Angels.
White Sox? Wow. Hope there are no Chicago fans watching this. They're going to eat me alive.
They are.
Dylan Young, don't be watching this. Kelly Causey going to move onto the outside of Mike Mangialardi. We've seen drivers try this here. Seems like the preferred lane is the middle line, but a lot of drivers, if they're able to get a run, they try and get to that right rear quarter panel and find that lane right up against the wall. It's been able to work for them, but it's a bit precarious for me because especially when you're coming off of a corner or specifically in the tri-oval, if that car on the inside of you slips up, there's nowhere for you to go but the outside wall. Oh boy, Kelly is going
goodness.
places.
3 wide for the race lead.
Coach Kelly Causey gonna go to the point. Oh, he's gonna get spun off the nose of Greg Palmer, and we've got cars in the stratosphere.
Holy cow.
Brian Wolf. I don't know if we've got a camera that can even reach up that high. Is Dante trying to flip Emmanuel back over? He is gonna get back on his wheels.
I have never seen a car go that high in this game in any capacity.
Wow. All right, I take it back. That last one wasn't the big one. This one was.
Yeah, this absolutely was. You need a telescope that looks into space to see where that car went.
I don't know. Maybe the satellite would see Brian Wolf's car from space. Got up that high.
I need a million camera angles on that one.
If we are even able to see him. Javier Negron leads us back here to the
I
yellow.
can't believe that happened.
This was at the very front of the field going into a corner. I mentioned about how corner wrecks are some of the most violent. Kelly Causey in the 0-0 going to get a bump here on the entry to the corner from Greg Palmer.
I think it was 2 cars were kind of phasing through each other. That's what caused them to go up so high.
As high as Brian Wolf got, I think Joseph Landy Pavlon, who was the other car, might have actually gotten higher.
I mean, we knew it was going to be huge when the leader was turned around, but man.
All right, let's start first. Let's put the camera on Wolf, and then we'll put the camera on JLP and see who went up higher. Both cleared the catch fence. Well, 4th of July was yesterday. There's America in the background.
He landed on his wheels, too. He flipped around a little bit, but he did make a landing on the wheels.
I think Joseph landed on his wheels as well.
One car right there might have been stuck on his door there. Couldn't quite tell who that was, but
that was
they were able to get it going.
Of Emmanuel Hartnett. Here's JLP. Okay, so Brian went the highest of the two. And then JLP turns into a bit of a Beyblade, and he gets back on all 4 wheels.
This is one of those moments where you're lucky that it's a no-damage race.
Exactly. I'm not sure we would have had a field left, even with moderate damage.
What I'm keeping an eye out for here after all these barrel rolls is the 83 able to get back on his wheels? Because if he does, then he can drive it back around and stay at the front of the field. But if he has to teleport back to pit road, that's going to be a big setback. Oh, the 84 tried to give him a shove, and it looks like it worked.
Yeah, you saw him back up. What he was doing was trying to counterbalance him so that way there was going to be momentum for Emmanuel when he flipped back over to be able to land on his wheels. It worked out, so Emmanuel able to continue on. Do we try a camera on one of those flying cars?
I think so.
Oh, man.
I'm not kidding. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen in this game.
I don't think he flipped on his roof, so I think the camera will survive for the entire flight. This is on board with Brian Wolf.
Brian Wolf, you are clear for takeoff.
Oh, there's the sky.
Remember I said earlier when I said earlier when you can only see the sky or the grass outside your rear wind or your front windshield, and then all of a sudden everything goes quiet.
I think there was a follow-up wreck, actually. Bunch of the drivers that had nearly made it through, I think all got together. Yeah, down on the inside of the wreck. Mangialardi, Brian Lovell, Graham McDonald, Denny Carroll, who we just talked with moments ago in there, Jessica Loreley.
The 28 and the 29 both shot up into the wall.
There's Pat McCarsky down there on the bottom right of your screen. So I was looking when we initially were looking at the shots of that wreck, and I saw there was about maybe 10, 12 drivers that got down to the inside, and I thought, well, they probably would have gotten through it had it be either realistic or moderate damage, and they would have been okay. Well, then we had some of them get caught up there in the follow-up wreck, so we probably would have had maybe a half dozen drivers still up to speed at this point in time if this had actually been a race with damage. So
Probably.
a lot of drivers breathing a sigh of relief here that the choice was made for no damage here tonight in this special event.
Yeah, especially after a moment like that. But what I can say for sure is that something like that has definitely jumbled up the entire front of the field, as we have essentially new players at the front. I don't want to say completely new because your pole sitter right there, Nate Balser, is back in front of the field. So be interesting to see if some of these drivers who haven't really been talked about at the front of the field, now they have a shot at potentially making a move to position themselves in the front for the finish of this race. So we'll have to see how things play out.
Ken Roberts in our chat said that NASA would like to speak with Brian Wolf. Well, they might have been able to high-five him there just moments ago.
I think maybe we should give him a call and see how he's feeling after that one.
Wolves normally howl at the moon. I think Brian could have maybe given it a hug. Let's see if we can dial him up here.
User was moved to your
Hey
channel.
Brian, it's Jack and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
I do.
Okay, so we almost had to call you via ham radio, or maybe had to dial up NASA to be able to see if we get in touch with you, because, my guy, you went up into the stratosphere right now. That was a wild ride.
Yeah, I was actually looking over at the airport coming back down.
I was going to say Embry-Riddle's not too far away from Daytona International Speedway.
That was wicked. And I was just starting to say, man, this wreck is a mess. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm above the lights up here.
I mean, we've definitely seen the aggressive level has picked up after we entered into the second half of this race. We're seeing it here with a couple of massive wrecks, but also on the flip side, we're seeing that there's just so much availability for you drivers to be able to create runs and make moves.
Absolutely. We almost had it there. The 00, the 22, and myself came from the top side down to the bottom, and we almost had them underneath. I mean, I've had a good car basically the whole night. I don't know what it'll do now after that airtime I just got, but fresh tires, fresh gas, no damage. We're in good shape. It's been fun.
Well, you certainly sound like you feel confident in this one, so you really feel like you have a shot to work your way back up to the front, maybe hook up with some friends of yours and try and win it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you never give up in this game. Well, I mean, I have a hard time calling it a game anymore. I mean, this competition has gotten to the level. Yeah, they're just giving me direction here. This competition level is just at the height. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this or harder to do than this. But I've had some good runs here lately, and I do have some pals out here that'll help out. So, yeah, we're looking to go to the front. It's a little bit harder at Daytona than it is Talladega, but see if we can't take them 3 wide here again.
Oh, I'd like to congratulate you because you were officially involved in the craziest NR 2003 incident I've ever seen. So I'll let you get back at
it. Thank you, guys. That was fun.
Best of luck, Brian.
Thank you.
User was moved
We'll
out
let
of
him
your
get
channel.
back to it here as we get ready to go back green flag racing. I wonder how much he charges for carry-ons, because Southwest only lets you do 1 now before they charge in terms of free baggage. I'll have to hook up with him, find out about that. I might fly with him next time I'm looking for an airline. As here we go,
Maybe.
Green flag back in the air. Pat McCarsky chose the outside line here for this restart, and Yeah, looks like maybe a little communication there between him and Nate Balser. Nate gonna let him up, and they'll control this middle line out of 2.
I feel like maybe that was an interesting decision because we've seen for most of this race so far is we've seen the leaders will typically elect to start on the inside, and then once they get that momentum, they'll work their way up to about the middle. But when you're starting on the outside, you don't really have to do all that extra work to get to the middle, and it looks like it's paying out dividends so far for McCarski.
Mentioned about Javier Negron, we saw him make his way up to the front of the field. Now he's got a teammate with him in Ulysses Sandoval. A couple of the Team Wrecking Ball Toyotas, nose to tail, in 3rd and 4th. And behind them, you got Steve Brandstetter. First time I think we've talked about him even up inside of the top 5. Making his way up here in the later stages of this one in that 510.
Kind of starting to reach that part of the race now where we talk about some guys that haven't quite worked their way up to the front of the field yet, have sort of been hanging back, waiting for their chance to make their move. Have to start to wonder, though, at some point we're going to reach a moment where it would be too little too late if you try to work your way out into the front. So when is the right moment? When do these guys want to make their move?
Still got some pit stops to make here before this one's over as well. I believe with us going back green, we still are in the window where we have to make 2 more pit stops. We will not get to where these drivers can make it on one more trip to pit road until the next 24 laps as Graham McDonald catches some air back there. Alex Moe gets collected, Bob Dixon, Gary Mingus, and Brian Wolf. Well, at least this time all 4 tires stayed on the ground for the 295.
Can't say the same thing about the 24 car, though. I was just about to say, too, that I'm not even sure that the rocket fuel that he appeared to have was going to get him to the end of this race, but now...
Is rocket fuel legal here in prime time? I'm not sure.
I'll have to check with the officials on that one, but another incident where a car catches air. That one a little bit looked like it was going to be sorted out pretty quickly, and then out of nowhere, it felt like that 24 made some more contact, and that's when he got airborne.
Triable, triable, triable. It has been the trouble spot here tonight as Gary Mingus just going to push up into that left rear quarter panel of Graham McDonald. Bob Dixon up into Brian Wolf, and then Alex Moe got clipped in the right rear at the very last moment.
Feels sort of Ryan Preece-esque the way he caught air.
It was very quick. Watch Alex Moe here. He's cleared it, he's cleared it, he's cleared it, he's cleared it. Ah!
So close. I can already imagine the heart rate probably skyrockets when you drive underneath a car like that, but he almost had it sorted out.
So about a 5-car incident right there, bringing out our 10th caution of the evening. Something that's kind of been fun to do here with these multi-cautions as well is kind of keep an eye on the drivers that are making the multiple trips to pit road. The driver that we just saw involved in that wreck, Alex Moe, he and Ulysses Sandoval have been to pit road 23 times. So if they do not know every single one of their crew members by their first, middle, and last name by the end of this, they haven't been doing their jobs right.
Absolutely.
Pit road's open. Everyone's coming in. I was going to mention before that wreck took place, we'd have to get to lap 140 before these drivers would be able to make it the rest of the way on fuel. This caution puts us very close to the window to make it on one more pit stop. We would be just about maybe 2 laps short to make it the rest of the way. If we get a couple more cautions here, maybe they can save the fuel to be able to make it on one more pit stop, but it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. The timing of this yellow is very interesting.
It is, and I can't help but feel like we are going to get another caution because it feels like we've had a couple of close call moments that have led into reactionary moments that are leading to the actual cautions. Feels like we're due for another one.
So Keith Bynum's going to stay out here. I would assume if he didn't come to pit road, same for Palmer, Causey, I would assume that they're not going to come to pit road at all here under this caution period. So they're going to try and stretch a little further, maybe plan on another yellow flag to be able to get them into the window to make it on one more pit stop. And we should get that restart somewhere in the vicinity of 40 laps to go. Well, folks, what we're going to do here real quickly, we won't have you miss a bit of the action. We're going to step aside for another quick FRN race break. We'll come back here as we get ready for the green here and take you to the finish of tonight's Firecracker 400 for Primetime Racing League. So don't go anywhere. Coverage will continue here. You'll get to see these drivers under these pacing laps, and then we'll resume as the flagman will get ready to wave the green and get us back underway, closing on 40 laps to go in tonight's festivities. So we'll see you guys in just a few moments here. Don't go anywhere. Coverage continues right after this. Lights out on the pace car. Again, red go back, green flag racing. It will be with 40 laps left to go here tonight at Daytona in the Primetime Racing League special event, the Firecracker 400. Seth Cole alongside of Jack, no relation to Garrett Mitchell, making his FRN debut here this evening. And It's been a wild one. Now we're in the window, Jack, where these drivers should be able to make it on one more trip to pit road. So we'll see if it's the racetrack or if it's down there at the 55-mile-per-hour pit lane where this race could ultimately be decided.
Based on what we've seen so far on this one, I'm expecting it to be the racetrack, but you just never know. These drivers have to be prepared for just about any possibility. Obviously, with this being a no-damage race, a wreck is just going to set people back, but it won't take them out of contention unless it's very, very late in the race.
Keith Bynum got us back under green. Lost some touch there with Nate Balser. Greg Palmer, Kelly Causey, they're nose to tail on that outside line, so they should translate a little bit more straightaway speed here, but hold the phone. Here comes Javier Negron and Ulysses Sandoval. They're going to take it all the way to the top, 3 wide. We're probably going to be 3 wide here for the lead coming off of 4.
3 wide for the lead can be a very scary place, and that's why there they go again. Looks like cars tried to maybe get out of the way. I thought they were going to save it for a moment, but again, it looks like just the reaction to the incident is what caused it.
I think when Greg Palmer came up to block that run, Javier Negron may have brushed the wall, and that just stacked everything up behind them. Brian Wolf going for a slide through the grass. There's Brian Rawson back there. We saw him come to pit road at the 1 to green. I think he would have restarted around 4th or 5th position, but restarted at the back, coming down for a little bit of extra fuel. Let's take a look and see what exactly happened there. I think with where we're going to see the incident start, it's not necessarily what caused it. We'll take it back here as they're going through 3 and 4. Watch up at the front, the black and gold number 22. He sees the run coming, he moves up. Now watch the 40. Brushes the wall right there. Ulysses has to check up a bit, and then there's Steve Brandstetter, and once he gets out of shape, it's just on from there. Emmanuel Hartnett. Gary Mingus up there, top right of your screen. There was another car I saw that spun down to the infield grass. Couldn't tell exactly who that was. Oh, it was Denny Carroll. Yeah, Jessica Lorelli involved there as well.
Hasn't quite been able to find his way back up to the front again after he was leading a lot for the early portion of this race.
That's the thing, right? You touched on it. A lot of drivers, it's no damage, but you lose that track position, and then it makes it a lot tougher to work your way back up to where you were. I mean, Brian Wolf right there, he was trying to work his way back up after his wild ride. Same for Denny Carroll, and now because they were back in that middle portion of the pack here, now they're finding it more and more difficult to stay out of trouble.
The 6 car had another hard shot to the wall. He was looking to stay out of everybody else's way because that could have led to another incident here in the back.
Brian Rawson in that Valvoline Chevrolet. We'll see if this camera shot focuses on him making his way here through the tri-oval. Looks like he was trying to avoid the whole wreck through the grass, and grass sometimes equals no grip. Oh, wow. Was that great
no grip,
level,
and
I
then
think,
when
right
you
there? That was behind that?
Not too sure.
I think it was. Let's watch this. You talk about a Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare. Makes his way through here fine. And then all of a sudden, watch this. Suddenly, hello.
Oh man. You know, from that view, you're keeping your peripheral vision on that car because you see him sliding back up to the racetrack. You think maybe there's just a chance, maybe he can bounce up there and run into me, and sure enough, it almost happened.
Well, it almost seems apropos that Donnie Cameron is now out in front in that number 87 Twin Peaks Javelin, because we talked about this, that we were going to have to maybe do a little bit of homework about these race cars that we've never heard of before, these Javelins, and got a little bit of information on them. I think you said AMC, and you are correct. It is an AMC Javelin muscle car that competed in the SCCA Trans Am Series in 1968. It achieved several top 5 finishes, and to celebrate AMC released the 1970 Javelin SST Trans Am Edition, a special edition with high performance hardware and styling inspired by the race car. So this is actually a race car. I'm looking at it right now. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like a paint scheme that I think it was Brad Keselowski, might have been Trevor Bayne, when somebody drove the 6 that they threw back to. It's got the blue in the front, it's got the white stripe down the middle on the door, and then the back third of it is red. So I did not know that there was such a car. I did not know that there was a race car like that, and I can honestly say this is the very first time that I've ever seen that manufacturer in an NR 2003 online race.
Same thing, but I think that's the beauty of NR 2003. This is one of the reasons why I love this game / simulator so much, is because you can basically paint whatever type of car you want for it, especially with some of the more recent mods too, like the next gen mod. They have a separate body where you can kind of paint whatever car you want. So it's fun to see some guys use their creativity in ways like that.
Yeah, just thinking of that next gen mod, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's a Jeep Cherokee template out there. I believe that there's a Peterbilt truck template out there. I mean, you name it, they'll make a template for it, it seems.
Absolutely.
Looks like a lot of drivers came down pit road to top off here under this caution period. About maybe 6 or 7 electing to stay out. Again, everybody for the most part is chasing lap 140 or thereabouts to be able to make what would be their final pit stop of the evening. And then from that point on, it really comes down to kind of what we've been talking about here of getting to the front, staying at the front, because as we've seen a number of drivers that have been mainstays at the front of the field here tonight getting caught up in incidents, it's taken them some time to be able to get that track position back. You see the 41 of Denny Carroll, actually, he stayed out, restarting up here in the 4th position. This might be a play for him in the fact I'm tired of being in the mid-pack, getting swept up in these things. Give me some track position, and then I'll deal with the fuel situation when we get closer to that 20 laps to go buffer.
In the meantime, somebody I'm keeping my eye on right now is the 28 car of Mark Pagula. It feels like he's been involved in just about every single wreck so far today. Obviously not every single wreck, but close to it as you can possibly get. So he's got a shot now at the front of the field, restarting in the front row. Maybe he, a little bit motivated by all those crashes, maybe he feels like now that he's got a chance to compete for the win, does he go for it?
So lights are out. Get ready to go back green here. Looks like there's going to be 35 laps to go on this restart. Window is kind of open in a couple of interesting ways for drivers to make that final pit stop if it's going to be under green. You could come to pit road as soon as the window opens around the lap 140 mark, but you could also come to pit road a little bit later on in the run to take on less fuel. You could make it to about maybe lap 145, especially for those drivers that came to pit road here under this caution period. Maybe a little bit shorter on fuel for some of these that elected to stay out under this most recent yellow. I remember when we checked in, I think it was about midway through the first half of this race, we had not quite had a driver hit in average lap time above the 200 mile per hour mark. We were really close. We were at a 199 something. Well, unfortunately, he's done for the night after an accidental downshift. Robert Breedlove in the 931. He holds the fastest lap on the night, 45.012, equating to 200.040 miles per hour. So we did hit the 200 mile per hour mark here this evening. And we now get ready to go back green. Donnie Cameron for the first time tonight gets us underway, and we stacked that inside lineup a little bit there. Dan Lovell, Greg Lovell having to get reorganized, and that's going to help Mark Paglia go to the front.
Well, like I said, Paglia may be motivated by all those wrecks. Now he's got the lead of the race, so does he grab this one by the horns and try to take full advantage of it? Obviously, I think they're going to have to pit one more time, but
You mentioned
see
about
if that is a factor.
You mentioned about Paglia involved in a lot of wrecks. Oh, there we go. The bumper grab again. This is going to be in the corner. Oh, man, nowhere
Oh,
for Brian
man.
Wolf to go, and he's in the air again.
There he goes. That's his second flight of the day.
Gary Mingus was the other driver involved in that air show as Keith Bynum flipping up and over there through the infield grass. Another wreck at the front of the field, another wreck going into a corner, and another wreck subsequently with catastrophic results. And there goes all of the track position that Denny Carroll was trying to get there with staying out.
Surprisingly enough, though, for Paglia, he was able to save the car and stay in front, so he should remain the race leader here.
Let's take a look and see what happened here. That one kind of caught me by surprise. It looked like we were going to be all good, and then all of a sudden there was a little bit of bumper grab, it appears, off the 28 and the 41. Almost looked like maybe Denny was trying to get to the right rear quarter panel, and when Mark went up to block it, Denny, I guess, was already there, and then...
Just a tough break, and then other cars reacting to it as well. Brian Wolf not quite able to stick the landing that time.
Denny Carroll got lucky. That car was on its roof for a good portion of that wreck. He was able to get it back on all four wheels, and... Let's take a look there at what happened with... I believe it was Gary Mingus and his trip on Brian Wolf Airlines.
Up the top of the catch fence, I think, on the way down.
It's getting to the point now, if Brian Wolf wins this race, the fans are going to be disappointed if he doesn't cross the line in first, but in the air. Little follow-up contact there with JLP as everybody trying to carefully make their way through that wreck.
And, you know, these blowovers and these big crashes like that, they do matter because obviously, you know, there's no damage, but at the same time, whether or not you land on the roof is the difference between whether or not you can stay on the lead lap versus going a lap down. So it's important to keep an eye on how these guys are landing from these big crashes or are able to, you know, get things going. Like you saw the 41 car, he was able to get back on his wheels, but he almost didn't. You know, his car almost came to a stop on the roof. So
that's a great point because you're almost likely, it depends on where the wreck takes place, but to your point, if you end up being upside down and having to call a tow to pit road, depending on where you are, if you're near the entrance of pit road, it's not nearly as long, but if you're just past pit road, it is painstakingly, agonizingly long. The amount of time you spend on pit lane. Basically, the way that the game reads it is from where you are in relation to your pit stall, it calculates how long under pacing, which is 70 miles per hour, it would take for you to get around to your pit stall, and that's the amount of time that your tow is allotted. So, in that situation over here in 3 and 4, probably would have been somewhere between the 30 to 40 second range, I think, that Denny Carroll would have had to wait before they would have serviced his car in his pit stall. But luckily, as he was able to get back on all four wheels, he was able to catch up to the field, and he's going to be able to come to pit road here with all of the race cars, remain on the lead lap, and be caught up to the field by the time we go back green as well.
like the 28 car going to be surrendering some of that track position to come to pit road.
He documented how Paglia's been in a lot of wrecks tonight. Those laps right there were his first time out in front. Led 3 laps right there, and now Tim Anderson's going to take a turn. This will be actually his first lap led of the night. As a matter of fact, as we're closing in on 30 laps to go, let's try and run down, see who has led how many laps here this evening in this special event. Again, no points paid out, but it kind of shows who's had some really strong race cars here this evening. Denny Carroll has led the most laps up to this point, 36 circuits out in front. Randy Waugh, who is out of the race, has led 25, 15 for Greg Palmer. Those are the only 3 drivers that have led double-digit laps so far here tonight. 8 laps led for Jessica Loreley, 7 for Nate Balser and Pat McCarskey, 6 laps led for both Dante Ricky and Dan Lovell, 5 laps led for Donnie Cameron, Total of 4 laps led for Keith Bynum, 3 laps led for Mark Paglia, who we just saw surrender the lead and come to pit road. 2 circuits out in front for Greg Lovell, and then 1 lap led each for current leader Tim Anderson, as well as Kelly Causey, Javier Negron, and Brian Rawson. It's actually easier to name off the drivers that haven't led a lap than those that have. I believe right now about 10 drivers have yet to lead a lap in this race, so about 18 out of 28 drivers have been out in front at some portion here in these first 128 completed laps. Still can't make it on fuel. But now it gets interesting in terms of that final pit stop, because for some drivers here, they're probably going to have to pit with about 20 laps to go. They're going to have to take on 2 cans of fuel. For the drivers that just pitted, however, they'll be able to come down pit road and only take on 1 can of fuel. And while it may not seem like much, precious seconds on pit road. Whoa!
Oh.
Hold the phone. Problems there for Tim Anderson, and everybody's going to pile in here. I think we may have had ourselves an accidental downshift right there.
I think so. We might have just added some laps to our pace lap session here, because that will jumble up just about everybody at the front of the field and beyond.
A couple of cars had to scatter through the grass there, including the pole sitter Nate Balser. We'll have to see if Anderson gets his spot back or not. But going back to what I was going to say, most of the drivers that came to pit road here under this caution period, they can come down pit road, they can take on just 1 can of fuel, and those precious seconds that you spend off of pit road can translate to multiple spots once a cycle is complete. So some split strategy here. Let's see how it plays out. We've had quite a number of cautions in the second half of this race, which we fully expected, because every lap that we get closer to the end is 1 lap closer for these drivers trying to position themselves for this checkered flag. So may see a couple more here before all is said and done, as everybody trying to figure out what position they're supposed to be in here after that moment through the tri-oval. Oh, we've got the lights out here too. We actually did not extend the caution period, so now everybody's trying to all figure out, where do I need to restart in. Here come the 79 and the 33.
It looks like everybody was just being handed their positions back, so
Now the
little bit of
caution
a
lights are
goof.
back on.
yeah, I was going to say they were getting pretty close to turn 4 there, so I think that was the right call. Maybe add 1 more pace lap here.
Yep. Yeah, don't take any chances, not having everybody already established and knowing what they're doing. You don't want to have a restart with a lot of confusion going on, so take that extra 2.5 miles, make sure everything is good to go. And so that will extend this caution period for us to have the restart now with a total of 29 laps remaining here this evening. See the ticker there on the top of your screen showing you the current lineup here for this upcoming restart. 26 drivers still running, all on the lead lap. 2 drivers out of the race, Randy Waugh and Robert Breedlove. Both out of the race, not due to anything to do with the crash. Randy Waugh, unfortunately, with an error of accidentally hitting retire in his menu after he had led 25 laps in the first half of tonight's event prior to the halfway break. And then Robert Breedlove, an accidental downshift after he had just completed a green flag pit stop. Had a fast race car here tonight as well, but both drivers not going to be reaching the conclusion of this one. And we'll get set here in half a lap for these drivers to get turned loose once again. Tim Anderson is the leader, and he's going to elect the top side here. So we've seen varying strategies here with race leaders as to which line they want. For the most part, in the first half of this race, everybody wanted to start in the bottom, but we've seen a couple of takers there on the top line for the control cars now in the second half of this race.
I feel like as the race has gone along, it feels like these guys have gotten a bit more comfortable restarting on the outside lane, though. They feel like, because we call it the outside lane on this restart with only 2 lanes, but you see those cars right now are hovering right around the middle of the racetrack. You can basically just start there, and if you get the better run on the restart, you can stay there without really having to make any maneuvers.
So Anderson, McDonald, Greg Lovell, Nate Balser, and Greg Palmer going to be the top 5. 4 blue ovals and a lone Dodge on the inside of row number 1. For Chevrolet, Kelly Causey in the 6th position, as here we go. Green flag waves once again. Again, a little bit of a stack up there, this time on the inside line. And we're really spread out. It's like, what, a car length and a half back from the 24 to the 8, and another 2-3 car lengths back to the 22. That's exactly what this middle line wanted to see.
Absolutely. Now they're going to get all the momentum as they hold the phone. I think the 84 car just shot to the low side, trying to get a bit of a push there on the bottom. It might even things out for just a little bit.
Greg Palmer just swapped from the bottom up to the top line as well. What's that old adage? If gap, car.
If you see an empty space there and you feel like you have enough room to fill in that gap, you take that opportunity.
Keep an eye mid-pack there as well. I believe we were 3 wide around the 15th position. As Tim Anderson going to lead us back to the start-finish line here. Double wide all the way through the field. Looks like that 3-wide situation has been sorted. Ooh, and Anderson a little high there going into the corner. You do not, as the lead car, want to be that high up the racetrack, because that then has Nate Balser coming really close to your left rear quarter panel. If anything, if a driver is going to drift up the track, you want it to be that second or third car, so it takes them a little bit of time to get to your back bumper. By the time you get to the exit of 2, get you that good straight line speed. You see again the 33. That's a little too high if you're that lead car of the line.
It's a little bit scary to see. If he gets a little bit too high, he could lose all that momentum, and that could lead to some more problems at the front of the field.
Brian Lovell going to pull up alongside of the 33. That'll be the battle for 4th. Ooh, we are trying a 3rd line here again. It looked like Greg
Oh, do we have a
Palmer.
car up on the wall? No, I think they held onto it.
Oh, nope. They were definitely... they might have been in the wall. I'm not sure. That's Denny Carroll. Oh, no, we got a caution. Caution's out. Somebody spun. Might have been the 87 of Donnie Cameron. Just checking to see here. Yep, we are still under frozen field rules at this point in time. Everyone will keep their position, make their way back to the start-finish line. Graham McDonald is going to lead us back in that Mopar Challenger. And we may have gotten away. We've had multiple big ones tonight. We may have gotten away with maybe just a solo car spin here for our 13th caution of the night.
I want to see it again, because I barely saw somebody go up and hit the wall. That was barely out of my peripheral vision, but you've gone and cycled through the whole field here, and it looks like everybody mostly kept it straight, but I'm not totally sure.
Okay, so it was not Donnie Cameron. Let's follow the 41 of Denny Carroll. It's Gary Mingus in the middle of a 3 wide. Ooh, little hitbox. Oh, they had it saved. Oh, and then Mingus goes around off the nose of Dan Lovell. Oh, he saved it, though.
Everybody kept it straight. I'm going to be honest. Based on the precedent in this race so far, because we've had bigger incidents earlier on that did not lead to yellows.
Yeah.
I feel like that should not have brought out the caution.
So, the reason that the caution came out, at least just to kind of explain how the in-game yellows work, when the other incidents happened, they were down below the yellow line, so they were deemed off the racing surface. This car is more than 90 degrees around, and it's up on the racing surface, so that's why the game throws it.
There you go. That makes perfect sense.
Unfortunately for Gary Mingus, however, it's going to bring his night to an end. He's actually brought his car down pit road, and he is retired from this race, so he will finish out the night in the 26th position, joining Randy Waugh and Robert Breedlove in the garage area. So that will leave us with 25 drivers that are still running in this one. And I sound like a broken record, but the timing of this caution, very, very interesting now, because look where we're at. 136 laps about to be completed. We are right on the cusp of lap 140.
It's going to raise some curiosity for sure. Do we see these guys pit now and hope that they can make it to the end, hope that they can stretch it a little bit, or do we see them take the green flag on the racing service and then maybe try for one last pit stop while the green flag is out?
Somebody that has really been trying to get that third line going here tonight. We've seen him try to shade up to the right rear quarter panel. Has been very brave to try and squeeze up there between a car and the wall. Currently running in the third position. Let's see if we can dial up Coach Kelly Causey.
User was moved to your
Hey,
channel.
Kelly, it's Jack and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. It's looked like here tonight, it's kind of difficult to pass. Definitely the runs could be generated, but this racetrack is not quite as spacious as Talladega. Things narrow up a little bit. We've seen you, though, be able to really make that third line work, and maybe more so been able to force your way there into that third line. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of room to maneuver, but you've been able to find the space.
Yeah, it's a little rough to try to do it here, but nobody wants to go. To be honest with you, it just seems like I definitely got to look for the partners that I need to dance with, and Palmer and Nate and Jess. Jess and I had a really good run, so I'm just you just got to have the right people, to make it work.
Is it something that you feel like you can keep working with? Maybe try and stick it out to the end of the race, trying to run that high side, or do you think you might want to try something else here as we get down to the nitty gritty?
When you're down there in those two lanes and you're kind of stuck. Your only chance you got to really get to the front. I know y'all saw me go in the back. I got out of line because I wanted to mix it up a little bit, and Jess and I got to the front. So I think the only way you can make the moves to get up there is getting that third line. If you're in the bottom about, 4 or 5 rows back late in the race, you're in trouble, in my opinion.
See you and a number of drivers staying out here. We're close to that lap 140 mark that we had kind of as the basically the window for you guys to be able to make it. Have these caution periods now, are you guys good on fuel at this point in time, or do you need another yellow or two?
Well, I'm actually fixing to go in and top off here on this last lap here, and it's going to put it where it should be a splash. So that's the reason I stayed out. Hopefully it'll work for me, but it just depends. It hadn't been a whole lot of green flag pit stops, so who knows?
Well, Kelly, best of luck to you here. It's been a lot of fun to watch drivers slice and dice their way through the field. Seems like everybody at a time has been caught up in something and had to gain that track position back, whether it's through some pit road strategy or being able to, as we said with you, being able to find that outside line and working your way back up here into the top 5. We'll be looking forward to seeing after you make this pit stop, see how long it takes for you to maybe get back up here to the front again.
We're going to do everything we can. Appreciate you guys.
Kelly Causey currently in the third
User was
position,
moved
but
out of
as
your
we
channel.
understand, he's going to be giving up that spot here in just a few moments. We got Benjamin Snyder in our chat asking who Jessica Lorley is. That is Jessica Shelton driving the number 5, but she's going to be taking on a new last name here very shortly, so debuting that name here this evening in that Chevrolet Camaro as he's waiting, and there comes Kelly Causey to
And there
pit
he
road.
goes. Nice little bit of transparency there on the radio with him. He said that he was going to go to pit road here, get topped off, and we saw that one coming for once.
Yeah, right? Very, very rarely are we able to have that prior information. We'd have just been like, whoa, he's pitting from third. But no, we were prepared now.
He sounds like he's one of those drivers that's just going to try to pit now, and we'll see. Maybe does he feel like stretching it out towards the end as the race goes along, or does he think maybe there's one more pit stop to be had here?
Interesting him saying as well, with coming to pit road now, he's going to be on a splash. Now, for people wondering, that doesn't mean that he's not going to make it on fuel. You can actually, if you're in the middle to the rear of the field, you don't put as much throttle. You're not full throttle all the way around the racetrack. You can have throttle. There's checkup as well. You can maybe at some points too, if you're comfortable with the people behind you, say, hey, I'm going to clutch right here. So you can still save some fuel during the course of a run. Splash does not mean you're going to run out before the checkered flag, but if he's on splash, there's a bunch of other drivers up here, like Graham McDonald, Bob Dixon, Javier Negron, Emmanuel Hartnett. They didn't pit. So I don't know if they also would be on splash or if they might be stretched to half can. The only thing I could think of for these guys is they're planning on some more yellows to happen so they can keep their track position and then save whatever they're lacking in the fuel tank here for the remainder of this race. I think they have felt this is their best play, keep the track position, and we're not coming to pit road any longer. We're going to basically make our bed and hope that the cautions fall our way.
And that very well could happen. That could be a good strategy because the way this race has been going, we've seen cautions come out like what, about every 5-ish laps, something like that. So
pretty close to it, yeah. Well, things could get interesting here in the closing stages if we finish this thing under green. Let's hope we don't need this pace car any longer as he makes yet another dive to pit road. Graham McDonald's Dodge and Javier Negron's Toyota gonna get us back under the green flag. We are at 22 laps to go, and again, some stack up there with a couple of drivers not being able to anticipate when that green flag flew. Looks like we got it sorted out though, and it creates spaces. We see there Brian Wolf moving from top to bottom. Drivers, as soon as they see that gap where there's some momentum moving, they are more than willing to fill in that spot.
Absolutely. You can take the run anywhere you can get it, and if a big spot opens up like that, you're able to jump right in there, keep your momentum going, get even more momentum out of it.
Brian's stay on the bottom was short-lived. He now moves back up to the top, behind Emmanuel Hartnett, who's trying to push Javier Negron to the front. Graham McDonald on the bottom with Bob Dixon right there behind him. Good run late for Bob in that STP Chevrolet. Currently the meat in a Dodge sandwich. Well, I shouldn't say a Dodge sandwich because that's actually one of those AMC Javelins we were talking about earlier in Pat McCarskey.
We are nearly 3 wide for the lead.
Denny Carroll, Brian Lovell up there trying to make something happen. Javier wanted to block, couldn't do it. They were already to his right rear, and look at the run the 41 has got.
Well, to the delight of Kelly Kaza, the driver we just interviewed, it looks like finally the top line is getting the work there. Yeah, I just looked at in the back of the picture.
No.
Oh, there he goes. Isn't that 24? Can he get back on his tires? I don't think so. Or maybe he can. He got a little bit of a bump there.
Oh, okay, he's good.
Yeah, he's good. I feel like that caution is exactly what a bunch of people at the front of the field were hoping for.
Well, yes and no, because a bunch of the people that were at the front of the field were involved in that wreck, so
That's
there goes
true.
all their track position.
Exactly. The ones who were not wrecked,
yes.
I should say.
Which were about 4 or 5 of them. Denny Carroll, Greg Palmer. We still got drivers trying to leave the scene of the accident there through the trial. Well, there's Javier Negron. He was up inside of the top 5 there in a 3-wide situation. I believe the 44 of Brian Lovell might have been the first car that I saw get out of shape, and then he comes down and clips the 24 of Graham McDonald. Oh, yeah, looks like the 40 pushes up into the left rear of the 44, and then it's just all gets wadded up.
Again, the tri-oval. Been the killer spot for most of the cars during this race so far, and it's again laying waste to a lot more, if you will. Obviously, they're being a no-damage race, but you get the idea.
Most, if not all, of the drivers, this was still making some contact here, most, if not all, the drivers that were making that third line go had absolutely no path to be able to get through that wreck, and pretty much all of them got bits and pieces of the incident. I believe one driver who has spent most of the time running at the back, I think he might have snaked his way through. Let's go on board with Alex Moe in that red number 48 Lowe's machine. I think he finds a path maybe through the grass. Ooh, that grass is slippery.
Yeah, we talked about how grass sometimes means no grip, and he definitely got loose there, but he was just able to hang on to it, and he got through most of the stuff relatively unscathed.
Saw a couple of other drivers just up ahead there that were involved at the tail end of that. The bright green 79 of Nate Balser and the 43 of Bob Dixon. So we ended up having a couple of follow-up wrecks there after the initial contact through the tri-oval. And just like that, Graham McDonald, who was battling for the lead, just saw him coming off of pit road. He's now all the way back outside of the top 20. So he at least comes down pit road and tops off the fuel tank, so he knows he can make it on fuel. But again, another driver that spent a good portion, the later portion of this race, up in the front of the field and now going to have to fight his way back forward. Denny Carroll being another of those. He had just gotten up there, and now he's got to have to do it all over again. I believe most of the drivers that stayed out under the last caution period, most of them came to pit road, whether they were involved in the wreck or not. Greg Palmer might have been the only exception to that, but I'm not sure. He might have actually pit as well. So I think we're at the point now, it doesn't matter what the fuel number is. I think everybody can make it the rest of the way. So now pit road's no longer a factor. Everything's going to take place up on the racing surface, which I think that's not going to calm things down at all. It's just going to ratchet it up a little bit more because
absolutely
we don't have to think about pit road anymore. Now we're tunnel vision.
Yeah, things are going to get a whole lot more tense now that nobody has to worry about going to pit road. That's kind of what I was going to say too. Is that at this point you feel like you could just everybody should just go to pit road, make that one last pit stop, get it full of fuel, and then you can make it the rest of the way. So at this point, everything that happens on the racetrack will determine the outcome of this thing. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. Should be a good one.
Well, Nate Balser started this race from the pole position. When he comes around to complete this lap, he will become the fourth driver this evening that will have led double-digit laps. He'll score his 10th lap led, and that will join him with Greg Palmer, Randy Waugh, and Denny Carroll, who have led for double-digit laps so far here this evening. Looks like it's going to be an all-Ford front row, as Greg Palmer will line up to his outside. Then the Toyota of Dante Ricky, the Chevrolet of Kelly Causey, and the Ford of Greg Lovell. Laps are winding down here. Drivers starting to make preparations for this final run to the checkered flag. Let's see if we can get a hold of the driver that was fast in qualifying, got this thing on the pole position, and now going to be this control car when we eventually go green. Let's dial up Nate Balser.
User was moved to your
Hey, Nate,
channel.
Jack and Seth up here in the FRM booth. You got us?
I got you.
Well, it's very difficult to not notice this bright green machine out on the racetrack. Pretty flashy and pretty speedy as well. We saw it put down a flyer of a qualifying lap. You got that number one pit stall with the pole position, and now you find yourself up front here late. Safe to assume we're good to make it on fuel now with the timing of this latest yellow?
No, I'm trying to gamble with track position at this point. I think I'm definitely going to have to go in and probably end up getting about a half a can. So that's where we're at right now. I was just trying to keep the track position mostly.
So with
Yeah,
that,
just really trying to stay up front as long as I can. So it's been kind of tough, you know.
Yeah, well, we do find yourself here at the front of the field. I do have to ask, because I asked somebody else earlier, and people do have different mentalities about this. But if you do find yourself at the front of the field when in the last few laps, do you want to be pushed, or do you want to be the one doing the pushing?
Yeah, that would be better. You know, you get in a certain spot where you could be third, fourth, fifth, and you don't really. It's a real gamble trying to break out of the line and get a win. So a win would be great, but you definitely want a top five too. So sometimes it's better just to stay in line.
just one final question for you here too. We've seen drivers, run into issues and be able to work their way back up here to the front. You talk about being short on fuel. You're going to have to come down pit road. Is there a window here where you need that caution to happen so that way you have enough time to be able to work your way back up through the field to the front?
I would say if I got too far behind, I would definitely need that anytime soon. I mean, if I stayed up front, I could probably get in a window with about maybe 6 or 7 laps just to stay safe. But if anything happens now, like the caution's been going, I would definitely need to get in there as soon as possible.
All right, well, you've had a fast race car here tonight. Be cool to see you go coast to coast, pole to win. We'll let you get back to it here and see how this all plays out for you. Best of luck.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Nate
User
Balser
was
going to
moved out
bring
of
us
your
back
channel.
to the green flag. You'll have Greg Palmer alongside of him, and yeah, interesting. Gambling here. Half a can
Caught
short.
me off guard. That caught me off guard. I didn't realize. I figured everybody was going to be good to go, but it sounds like he's not that confident that he's going to make it to the end on fuel. I'll have to see if he does feel like there's a window.
He said about 6 laps is when he would need that caution to come out, so he could have maybe about 10 laps to work his way back through the field and try to finish where he started. P1 moves up there in front of Greg Palmer in that middle line. Couple blue ovals will go nose to tail with a Toyota challenging on the bottom.
I just wonder how it's going to affect near the end of the race if he does manage ultimately to stay out in front, because he said he would rather stay in line and not do any kind of aggressive moves to make for the win. So if somebody is maybe stuck behind him and hoping that he does something and helps him out, that could affect the way the race ultimately ends up going.
Also bear in mind this, we got 15 to go as they hit the stripe. It's not outside the realm of possibility that we could end up not having a caution for the rest of this race. And if that's the case, he obviously can't save half a can of fuel here. So there's always the what if. What if that caution doesn't come out to be able to save him and give him a shot of being on the same level of these drivers and able to make it the rest of the distance?
Never say never.
Top 4 single file. Remember I mentioned about an Alex Moe guy that always seems to run at the back in these super speedway races and then makes his way up to the front in the closing stages? There is that bright red number 48 Lowe's Chevrolet. 4th in that middle line, side by side for P4 with Dante Ricky, and now going to get taken 3 wide. That's Steven Brandstetter up there in the 3rd lane.
This could get a little bit nasty for that middle lane there, because they just lost their push with that other car going up to the outside. And yeah, there you see they could get sucker holed very, very quickly.
Ooh, Dante got the apron. He saves it. Oh, Paglia on the apron as well. Are they all going to gather this up?
Oh my goodness.
No, wait. Oh, guys.
Oh, this is so close.
Wow.
Somehow they keep it going.
All right, so that was 3 cautions right there that just never happened. And we're still 3 wide, 3 rows deep up here at the front, because why not?
A little bit of a cautionary tale what just happened, but I don't think these guys seem to care at this point. And why would you? Yeah, this is a special event. There's no points on the line. Might as well go all out.
That just spread the field out quite a bit with them racing double 3 wide up ahead. All those stragglers, they'll catch back up here with the draft. As now Greg Lovell is the man in the middle, kind of all by himself, trying to get a toe off of Alex Moe. He's got Jessica Loralee right behind him to offer the drafting help. No love for Joseph Landy Pavlon, stuck in that 3rd lane.
Oh, this top 5 broke away a little bit here. That's going to hurt them, though, because these guys, everybody else in the pack, are going to catch them eventually with that draft.
And you see
That's
how
68.
the 79 of Nate Balser went down to the bottom. I think that's out of necessity as Donnie Cameron, Mark Paglia got together. They're pointed still straight. We're still green. But I think for Balser, now he's just gone up to the middle line, but I think now he's going back to the bottom. I think he's staying down there because he knows that eventually he'll have to make a green flag pit stop. He doesn't want to get trapped in that outside line if he has to make it under green.
That 28 car has its fair share of battle scars in this one.
Jessica
Loralee making her way to the bottom.
Yeah, going to the bottom there is that 5 of Loralee. We'll see if Kelly Causey moves down there. He said that he and Jess were working really well together early portion of this race.
Got a really good opportunity to do that here, but you also don't want to sacrifice too much track position. I think the 48 was thinking about maybe going low to join the 5.
Keep an eye on our ticker on the top left as well. Next time by, 10 laps to go. Now we mentioned there is a scenario where this race could potentially end under the caution flag. Point of no return is what we call it. And if I'm not mistaken, with the number of laps we've run here, everybody is on the lead lap, so we would not have the extra lap for any lap down machines. But it looks like we'd be somewhere around the completion of lap 157 that the next flag would end the race.
I almost wonder what the mentality is as you shift throughout the field, because at the front of the field, these guys are keeping it calm. They're staying single file. They want to wait until the last moments of the race to try to make their move for the race win. Everybody else,
And
though,
then...
they're 2-3 wide. They got to go.
This is what you call desperation personified right here.
Exactly.
Brian Rawson trying to go up the middle there with Greg Palmer. Jessica Lorley still on the bottom with Nate Balser, who still has to come to pit road. He's still short on fuel. Dante Ricky was trying to make something happen up there with Joseph Landy Pavlon and Keith Bynum. Looks like they've lost a bit of ground. Look at the run the 6 got up there on the 8. Gives them a shove into the corner. And, while these guys look like they're calm, believe me, I think they're anything but. They are calculating right now. They are trying to figure out, when do I make my move? Will it be too early? Will it be too late? Steve Brandstetter, though, these are the first laps he's led here tonight. They might be the most important laps of the race.
Well, the only lap you need to lead is the last one, so we'll see if he's able to keep it out in front for the time being, but it could be very hard with all those cars single file behind him when they start trying to make any moves. I almost wonder, maybe the 79 car, we spoke to him earlier, he said he was short on fuel. Is he maybe trying to save a little bit? Is he trying to use the clutch a bit? Maybe trying to maintain as much fuel as he possibly can, just in case he feels like he can try to stretch this thing out to the end?
I think he probably is trying to save, but when you're half a can short, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to save enough to get to the conclusion. When you're half a can short, you're talking somewhere in the range of 4 to 6 laps short of the finish. And on a run, you can maybe get lucky and save 2 to 3 laps, but you're asking double that. So I think right now he probably is saving, but I still don't think he can get to the end.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes you have a plan in mind, but then you feel like maybe you can try and push it a little bit longer. Your ego gets the better of you, if you will. So we'll ultimately see what happens. Although I think both of us at this point do expect the 79 car to ultimately head to pit road.
Whoa, Denny Carroll was taking a look there on Brandstetter. And meanwhile, that outside line is coming. Jessica Lorley, Dante Ricky, Joseph Landy Pavlon's found some friends up there along with Dan Lovell. And Denny Carroll's going to move up there. Oh, the blocking is happening. Brandstetter goes up. Carroll goes to the middle. Here comes Clausey to the bottom. 3 wide. Contact made. And they save it again. Oh, there goes Keith Bynum, though. Into the infield grass. And they're wrecking up ahead. There they go.
Somebody just launched into the catch fence.
Oh, and they're still wrecking. Oh, Brian Wolf is up and over again. Mike Mangialardi cautions out. We should get another restart here, but it will be with a minuscule amount of laps to go. There's Denny Carroll. Dan Lovell was in it. Bynum may have gotten lucky there with the fact that he solo spun as Bob Dixon getting bullied there on the back straightaway. Everything happened as Bynum was spinning. And racing back to the line, photo finish there to take the caution. Kelly Causey gonna get the spot over Greg Lovell. Be interested to see what scoring says the interval was for that.
We're keeping our eyes on the car that had spun into the grass, obviously, but then there was more carnage up in the front of the field. It looked like they just couldn't quite hang on for that much longer. And I want to see where the 79 car is, because if he's still up in the front here...
P6.
I'm kind of curious, maybe, if he's going to be the only one that heads to pit road here.
Great save there by Jessica Lorley. There you see the contact. I couldn't tell which one of the Donald Trump cars that was. Came down, door bang into Bynum. Ooh, big hit there into the outside wall for him. You can already see the skid marks and smoke up ahead as other drivers were involved in an incident there. I'm not even sure who it starts with. Well, Denny Carroll we know was involved. And this was for the lead. Oh, he gets a bump there in the entry of the corner by Dante Ricky. Stephen Brandstetter, there's where Dan Lovell gets involved, and Jess is collected up with him, along with a number of others. And for a lot of these drivers here, I mean, we're going to have a very small amount of laps left here when we go back green. I don't know, effectively, are you out of the running for this win and just going to have to rely on absolute carnage to be able to snipe this one?
I don't know. I think it really just depends on, like I said, I want to see if the 79, whether or not he's the only one that goes to pit road, or if there are more takers, just to be absolutely certain that you can make it to the end. I mean, I'm pretty sure just about everyone can, but I think if we do get a reshuffle of the field, we'll have to see where different drivers' mentalities do end up lying.
We bring it back to live, and I'm not sure if the 79 pit or not.
I mean, the caution helps because you can just clutch and save as long as it lasts.
Let's double check on this and see. Did he come to pit road at all? I don't think he has.
Might be trying to stretch it out just a little bit.
Yeah, they received the caution and coming around to pit road. No. No pit for the 79 there. I mean, okay, so trying to figure this one out. So said he was half a can short. That's 5 laps. Let's be generous and say that he was able to save 2 laps there under that run. If we go back green and we get a caution immediately afterwards and this race ends under yellow, maybe he's got enough fuel to be able to, I don't know if he's got enough fuel where he could go full throttle and try and go for this win. But maybe be able to salvage a top 10 run here if he gets a quick yellow right after we end up getting this restart.
Yeah, that's something, of course, that we do have to ultimately keep in mind, is that if the race does end under yellow, that doesn't automatically mean that the leader is the winner, because you do still have to make it back to the checkered flag.
See Dante Ricky coming down pit road. This is the second lap of pacing. For those that don't know, usually in a series or in an event, if you're responsible for an incident, you come down the second lap of caution, which effectively gives you a end of the longest line penalty. We saw Dante have that bump for Denny Carroll going into the corner that started that wreck. So Dante taking the responsibility, coming down pit lane there. And so he'll start at the tail end of the lead lap, which would put him back in the 25th position. Everybody chiming in here in the closing stage of this race, rooting on their drivers. JC rooting on JLP, who right now, according to scoring, is in the 7th position. Benjamin Snyder rooting him on as well. Frank Divins saying, stop wrecking all of his BS GR schemes, and says, I want Trump in victory lane. Looks like Rodney's going with Kelly Causey to win this race, who currently is going to be the control car to bring us back to green. Greg Lovell will line up in 2nd. Alex Moe in 3rd. Brian Ross in 4th. Those two have had a contest. If we can make the most pit stops here tonight, a combined 65 trips to pit road between the 48 and the 6 here in these last 156 laps. Nate Balser, who we understand can't make it on fuel, maybe. Going to restart in 5th. Brian Lovell in 6th. JLP will be 7th with Emmanuel Hartnett in 8th. 9th, Steven Brandstetter. And Dante Ricky would have been 10th position, but we saw him dive to pit road. It looks like Javier Negron's going to be in the 10th position. As a brief moment there for JLP. Looked like he might have had his game freeze or something. 68 reappears at just the right time.
For a little bit.
Actually, the caution's back out again.
Uh-oh.
So we extended the yellow there. And if you're Nate Balser, you love to see that. That's an extra lap to be able to save some fuel.
Yeah, you do. Well, now it looks like the lights are out on the pace car.
So we will have an in-regulation green-white checkered, a 2-lap shootout. We'll give the usual disclaimer that we do here on FRN. So if trouble breaks out, we will look at it after the race. But we will keep our camera here in the final stages of this one up at the front in the battle for the race lead, subsequently the race win. Again, any replays that we need to look at, we will do so post-race. And these two right here Kelly Causey, Greg Lovell, they had a photo finish coming back to the caution to see who was going to be the control car. Scoring said it was 1/100th of a second for Causey over Greg.
Jeez.
It may be even closer depending on circumstances here in what's going to be the final 5 miles of this race. If a caution comes out before they take the white, race will end under yellow. If they come around to receive the white flag, caution may fly, but they will still race back to the start-finish line, and whoever gets there first is going to claim tonight's Firecracker 400 special event.
I want a photo finish. Give it to me in my first race.
Double wide or 3 wide?
I don't care.
Alright.
I only say that because they can't fit 4 wide.
Don't tempt them.
Right? They'll force it if they can.
There's an apron paved down there for a reason.
My biggest question so far is, can that 79 car make it the rest of the way? And how about the 68 car as well? You've seen him blinking a little bit during this last few pace laps. That can be a little bit nerve-wracking. You know how far up you are in the field. You have a chance to maybe win this thing. All of a sudden, you're having a little bit of a blinking issue. Hopefully, that doesn't last.
All those worries are out the window. You are pedal to the metal here. It's a 2-lap shootout to win a special event at Daytona. Here we go. Causey and Lovell up through the gears. Great restart for Alex Moe. That's going to help the Chevrolet on the bottom. About a car length back to Brian Rawson, who's the help for that top side.
79 car, I thought, was maybe having a peak. He said earlier when we spoke to him, he was not going to jump out of line. If he feels like he could push to help somebody else out, he's going to do that. But if he feels like he has a realistic chance at the win, you never know. Oh, there he goes up top.
There he goes.
And he's not clear.
He's got help, though, from Joseph Landy Pavlon. Now he'll tuck back down to the inside line. Buckshot gonna block the inside. Has Alex Moe for drafting help. They're gonna make it back here to the white flag. It looks like we stayed green. Here we go. 2.55 miles to settle this thing out. Can Causey hold him off?
When is the move going to be made is the big question. See the 79 car maybe kind of trying to block both lanes at once. Now he goes up to the top. The 48. Oh, he might have shoved him up to the high side. The caution's out.
Caution's out. Doesn't matter. Came out in the white flag. Balser. Does he have the fuel to do this?
I feel like the 00 almost got spun.
Causey might be clear on both lanes. Balser with a last-ditch effort. Big push here from Greg Lovell. And Causey, half a car length's gonna pick up the victory. Somehow the 79 made it, and we're dying out of the tri-oval once again. But Kelly Causey gets it done here this evening. He'll claim the Firecracker 400 at Daytona.
That was fun. You know, we spent a whole lot of time talking about how the 79 car thought maybe he was short. It was a bit of a surprise to us at the time. We thought he had enough left to go, but then we were just waiting and waiting and waiting for him to come to pit road. It never happened, but he still managed to get a pretty good finish out of it.
That was very impressive there to be able to make it on fuel, as we were told there was no way he was going to be able to make it. He had himself half a can short and able to find enough fuel in the tank to bring it home in second. Alex Moe, who spent most of the night in the back, going to finish on the podium here this evening in third. And you wanted a photo finish. How about the top 4 crossing the line, less than 1/10 of a second separating all of them?
That was about as close to a photo finish as we could have without there actually being a photo finish.
Well, Kelly Causey, long night here, 160 laps at Daytona, and he's going to be parking that 00 in victory lane. The celebration begins here this evening. The Firecracker 400 belongs to Buckshot. We'll be talking with him down in victory lane in just a few moments, along with the rest of our podium finishes. We're also going to go take a look at what brought the caution out, and then that massive wreck there as they crossed the line to take the checkered flag back around. I think it was the 10th position. But this might be a rather lengthy celebration here for Kelly Causey, who was one of a number of drivers who had a pretty much a top 5 car all night long, but at some point or another, whether it was having to come down and get fuel, we saw him pit on that 1 degree at that one point, get involved in an incident, constantly had to make the track position back up, and he got up there pretty quickly. I'm trying to remember when exactly we talked. What's it about? It was around just before 20 to go, so it didn't take him very long to get back up there to the front when it mattered the most.
Oh, it did not.
So let's take a look and see what brought out the yellow. The checkered flag and the caution flag waved at the same time, but they did get around to take the white. So it didn't matter that the caution was waving. Okay, caution's already out at this point.
Do we have another one of those moments where the car maybe saved it, but they were sideways for a little bit too long on the racing surface?
Might have. I was looking at Pat McCarskey, but I don't think it was him. We did have a driver that didn't reach the conclusion in the 41 of Denny Carroll. Let's see.
He just came to pit road.
Okay, so this is why the caution came out. Race ended under caution because the 41 came to pit road here. So there is a thing with NR where if you come to pit road, you pull into your stall, you take service and retire at the same time, it will throw the caution. And that's what we see right here as Denny Carroll came to pit road about 1 lap early. You're going to see they're going to lift up the right side of the car. And right there he retires. And there immediately you see the flagman, the lights turn on in the pace car. And so that's what ends the race under yellow. Didn't matter though, it was on the white flag lap, so we were racing back regardless. And now let's take a look and see what happened as they made their way back here to the start-finish line. I believe all the wrecking actually took place after they had taken the checkered flag. So everybody crossed the line and had their positioning. This wreck did not affect it.
On the 28.
Oh gosh. Did he land on the roof of or the hood of the 29?
I'm not entirely sure. He did start to spin out before he crossed the line, but I think he did still keep his position when he went across, as you said. So, bit of an arbitrary wreck, if you will.
Let's watch this. I think the back end of his car bounces off the hood of Mike Mangialardi. In the air, and...
Oh, yeah, it does.
Right into the windshield.
There was damage that would have completely smashed in the front end of that car. He might have been racing without a hood.
I think they would have been exchanging insurance numbers.
We do have one driver that's exchanging insurance numbers with NASA right now.
That is true. Dan Lovell also goes for a wild ride here after they cross the start-finish line. Keith Bynum actually went up and over as well. Our broadcast colleague Kyle Matthews has a flip counter that has been broken on numerous occasions. It probably would have gotten broken here in this race as well.
Oh, it would have been destroyed.
Standings are official, and here they are. Kelly Causey picks up the victory. 39 1/1000ths of a second over Nate Balser. Alex Moe brings it home in the 3rd position. Greg Lovell was 4th, and Joseph Landy Pavlon brings it home with a top 5 run. 6th for Brian Rawson in the 6 car. Stephen Brandstetter in 7th. Brian Lovell was 8th, Emmanuel Hartnett in 9th, and Jessica Lauralee brings it home in the 10th position. 11th for Javier Negron, Tim Anderson in 12th. Graham McDonald, Greg Palmer, and Mark Paglia will complete the top 15. Brian Wolf will finish in 16th with Dante Ricky 17th. Keith Bynum, Donnie Cameron, Mike Mangialardi. That was your top 20. Rest of the drivers that finished this race: Bob Dixon, 21st, Dan Lovell, 22nd, Ulysses Sandoval in 23rd, and Pat McCarskey in 24th. We saw Denny Carroll come to pit road there at the 1 to go mark. He finishes out of the race in 25th, along with Gary Mingus, Randy Waugh, and Robert Breedlove. And those were the 28 drivers that took the green flag to start this race. 24 finished the race out on the lead lap. That'll take us into our FRN post-race wind down. We've been dialing up drivers during the course of this race. It's time to talk to them after an exhausting one here tonight. Let's kick things off with the driver that brings it home in 3rd place, Alex Moe.
User was moved to
Hey,
your
Alex,
channel.
it's Jack and Seth up here in the FRN booth. You got a copy?
Hey, I got a copy. How are you guys doing?
Well, I had to introduce Jack to the ways of Alex Moe in super speedway racing because I mentioned to him that we saw you for most of this race kind of riding out there at the back. I think you made the most pit stops here tonight, so have some bonding moments with your pit crew. But I said, don't expect him to be back there when we get to the end of this thing. And sure enough, we saw that bright red 48 up there fighting for this win. What little more did you need there in that scenario? Because we saw a lot of moving and shifting. Didn't look like there was a whole lot of commitment that was going on there from the front to the middle of the pack. So what kind of energy could you have found to maybe be able to get both the 79 and the 0, have this thing parked in victory lane?
Well, first of all, it was a long race. I'm glad everyone stuck it out. No damage helped to keep all the cars in the race, but it was real tense there at the end. We knew with that last caution, with about 6 or 7 to go, that we were probably going to get a 2 to 3 lap shootout there at the end. So, I mean, it was just kind of every man for himself. I liked the position that I was in, third on the bottom line, because I figured that they were going to go 3 wide eventually, and that was going to kill the second line, so the bottom line was going to be the way to go. I saw Nate with a big run there on top, and I was going to jump up there, but I was just a little late with the move, and I didn't want to potentially bumper grab and wreck the whole field and be that guy, you know. So I just pulled it back down, and wasn't much I could do after that. I was just trying to shove Kelly as hard as I could to the finish. I would have loved to have seen Nate win it, because it's always good to see Nate out here racing. He's a great super speedway racer and a pretty good speedway racer as well. But that's just, it was very tense at the end, and wasn't much I could do. That bump that Greg Lovell gave me there on the backstretch probably won Kelly the race, because if we had not have bumped in line like that, I'm sure the top line would have prevailed there at the end. But that was fun, man. I'm looking at the results screen right now, 3 hours and 33 minutes. Glad all the drivers and the broadcasters as well could stick it out for this one.
Yeah, you kind of answered my question. I was going to ask you how you felt when you found out, sorry, that there was going to be like a 2-3 lap dash to the finish line. So I guess I'll ask you, do you maybe feel like you could do another one of these things, another one of these long-term races, maybe not necessarily 160 laps, but maybe something around like the 100 lap scale or something like that?
Oh yeah, that's no problem for me. I know we had that break halfway, you know, helped the guys out. I actually went out for a smoke, and then I came back and I was getting bumped. I was like, oh crap, I came back too late. But I was saying to some of my guys on Whisper, like Brian, Nate, Dante, a couple others, early in the race, I was like, you know, this is going to be a long race. I bet you it's going to take at least 3 hours, but as long as everyone else is up for it, I'm up for it as well. It's been probably several years since I've ran a full-length race in an R, you know, like a 400 or 500 mile race. I think the last one was probably with Talladega Nights, back when Jeffrey Elliott and Bob Dixon ran it. I'm going to have to say that was probably the last time I ran a race of this length, but I mean, it don't bother me. You know, I don't race in R every day anymore, but I've had this one circled on my calendar all week, and luckily I'm off for the weekend for work too, so I was able to race.
Well, we're used to seeing you in some shorter races, be able to utilize the patience and then find yourself up there late. Had to utilize maybe a little bit more patience here tonight than normal. But the typical Alex Moe move, right at the back, move to the front late. You bring it home solidly on the podium here this evening. Congratulations on a job well done. Before we let you go and get some rest here now, floor is yours for thank you, sponsors, and shout-outs.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, I was able to, you know, I hung in the back for most of the race, and I was able to get up front there because on that final pit stop with about, I don't know, maybe 16, 18 to go, we were real close on gas. It was about 2-gallon separation between what we needed to make it to the finish, and we were short, so myself and quite a few others stayed out and clutched it and were able to save just enough. Like, if it would have went green to the end, we should have been good, you know, despite that caution with about 6 or 7 to go. But hey, just want to thank you guys for sticking it out. This was a 3.5-hour race. I'm sure that's one of your longer broadcasts you guys have had in a while. I'm going to go back and listen to it later. Nice to meet you, Jack. I haven't seen you in the booth with Seth before. I'm sure you guys, you know, have a good flow and did a great job together. Just want to thank, I think it was Graham, for organizing this special 4th of July event. You know, it was a non-points race, but plenty of people still came out, and I'm sure had a great time. There would have been a few more in this field too, but, you know, they're away and with family or out of town for the holiday. And just want to thank, Lowe's as always, PRL, uh, Seth, Jack, Jess, whoever's in the booth any given night. Jess had a good run out there. Congrats on her engagement that she was talking about to us during the race. And yeah, I'm just ready to go have a beer and get some food and relax for the night. Thanks for broadcasting. Thanks for the admins for putting it on, and thanks for everyone watching.
It
That's
was
Alex Mo.
definitely a marathon for me to make my first race, but thanks for the
Yeah,
shout out. I appreciate it, man.
yeah, that's a hell of a long race for you to make your broadcasting debut. But I'm sure you and Seth did a great job as usual.
We did it this way so everything else feels easy to him. But Alex, congratulations on the great run here this evening. Well-deserved third place finish here tonight, sticking it out, and enjoy the rest of your evening here.
Hey, you guys too. Happy 4th.
Absolutely. Alex
You as
Mo,
well.
third place here tonight
User
at
was moved out
Daytona
of
in the
your channel.
Firecracker 400. Let's see if we can answer the question that probably is in everybody's mind right now. Let's dial up the guy that brings it home in the second position, Nate Balser.
User was moved to
Hey,
your
Nate,
channel.
it's Jack. It's Seth up here in the FRM booth again. You got a copy?
Got a copy.
Okay. I think you know what I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
How did you have the fuel to get to the end? Because you told us half a can short. I didn't think there was, even with the caution, enough opportunity for you to save enough to get to the end, and it didn't even look like you were saving it all. It looked like you had that thing down to the floor.
I got to be honest with you. I was extremely surprised. I mean, I was feathering in the race as much as I possibly could, and on the caution laps, I just kind of, held it in the fourth or clutched it, and then we were about ready to cross the line. Well, we were still on the caution lap, and I saw that the projected and the laps to go were even, and at that point, I knew I was golden. But I'm actually surprised as well. I just think all the just the feathering and the collection and going in fourth, and I think it just really paid off. I was surprised too, to be honest.
Yeah, you definitely threw us for a bit of a loop there. We were just waiting and waiting and waiting for you to come to pit road, and it never happened. And it felt like for a second there you might have had what it took to go for the race win. You feel like you maybe could have done anything different, or are you satisfied with how things played out?
I'm pretty satisfied. I was expecting, oh gosh, man, a race like this, 15th or a little bit better. So I had my fingers kind of crossed for at least getting 10th, but sure, I had my eyes not so much on a win, but hopefully getting a top 5, but ultimately just kind of finishing the race and not causing any incidents.
Well, Nate, a great run for you here tonight. Again, masterful job of being able to save that fuel there. I mean, I was shocked. Jack was shocked. We were, as he said, we were kind of waiting to see when you were going to come to pit road. We saw you in the bottom of the racetrack. We were like, well, he's probably down there getting ready for coming to pit road, but never happened. You had the fuel to get to the end. You bring it home in second place. Congratulations on a job well done here tonight. Started this race from the pole position, so a lot of speed in this race car showcased during the course of this 160 laps, and now we'll give you the opportunity for some thank you sponsors and shoutouts.
Yeah, I just thank Graham for putting it on, Primetime Racing, and my family for watching. They're great support, and ultimately FRN. You guys do a fantastic job, and I'm always happy to be a part of it. You guys do a good show, and I thank you very much.
Well, we appreciate it. Nate, congratulations once again on the great performance here tonight. Second place in the Firecracker 400, and I'll tell you the same thing I told Alex. Go get some rest here now, because you guys went through the ringer here this evening. This was a long one.
I will do that, and you guys do the same. Thank you so much.
Nate Balser, runner-up here this evening at Daytona, had the fuel to get to the end. Let's see if we could now go down to victory lane, dial up tonight's race winner of the Firecracker 400, Kelly Causey.
User was moved
Hey,
to
Kelly,
your
it's
channel.
Jack and Seth up here in the FRN booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, so we talked to you during the race. You gave us your playbook. You said, I'm coming to pit road. We saw you come down. You topped off the fuel tank. Took you about 20 laps. Well, a little less than that. Maybe about 16, 17 laps to get up there to the front. But a lot of times in these super speedway races, especially when we have these late race shootouts, you can kind of go back to a portion of the race that was the key moment. I think maybe I'm correct in saying that drag race between you and Greg coming back to the final caution before we end up having the green-white checkered, that might have been the turning point, right? Because you got to be the control car and got to choose the lane and, in a sense, kind of control the draft.
Yeah, I mean that was big, no doubt. That was able, and it was close. I actually thought he had me, to be honest with you, but you know, when it came out that I was still in first, I was excited, and I knew Alex was going to be in third behind me, so I felt good about the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a really tense one there, to say the least. I mean, you guys were right there, bumper to bumper almost, basically, at the finish, and it was really close at the end. Only 39, I think, point zero. I can't say the word. I'm sorry. 0.039 was the margin at the end of the race. So a little bit of a tense one there for you. But you excited? Happy
Oh
about
yeah,
it?
oh yeah, I'm excited. You know, Alex, he tried to get up in front of Nate when Nate made his move, and he couldn't quite do it, so he snuck back down and behind me, and then I think it was the 68. I think came and gave him a good push, and I don't know if y'all noticed it, but I almost lost it going into three because they smashed me, and it's probably the reason I was able to pull off the win, to be honest with you. But and then Alex stayed with me till the end. I appreciate him doing that, but it was really good fun racing. It really was all night, even though you had the cautions. I know it was a lot of cautions, and I was part of, you know, I was I had one that I caused, so I don't know. It was fun, you know. It just a long night, but I enjoyed it.
A long night, but hey, pays off when you're the one sitting in victory lane here, and you're able to do that here tonight, picking up the victory here in the special event, the Firecracker 400. So, congratulations to you, Kelly. We'll let you get back to that celebrating here in just a moment, but first, we're going to hand the mic over to you for some victory lane thank you sponsors and shoutouts.
Well, you know, I like to thank my BSR teammates and stuff, you know, and you guys, and y'all do such a great job. And Graham putting this on, you know, it's kind of the way it went. It went well. I mean, we had the, you know, we all needed that rest in the middle there, and that was neat that they added that. And so I thought it went well. We'd like to have a lot less cautions and whatnot, but overall, it was a pretty good racing. And you know, thank Chess and Nate, some of the guys that worked high with me. You know, midway through that race, there's people saying don't race high and all this kind of stuff. Well, that's the only way you can move at times from the back. So I was glad with those guys that ran with the high line. But anyway, I'd like to just thank you guys, and it was enjoyed it, and it's a good win, and excited about it.
Congratulations on the victory here tonight, Kelly. We'll let you get back to your celebrating here, picking up the victory in this special event tonight, the Firecracker 400 at Daytona. Job well done. Great job moving up there through the field, controlling that final restart, and getting it done here this evening under the lights of the World Center of Racing.
Thank you.
Kelly Causey, your winner
User was
here
moved
this
out of your
evening.
channel.
Long one here tonight, 160 laps for these drivers, and as Alex alluded to here as well, credit to all the drivers. They pretty much all of them stuck it out here. A couple of drivers obviously had some mistakes that they weren't able to reach the conclusion, but I know obviously it's a no damage race, but when you got 28 drivers that start this race and 24 finish this race on the lead lap, that's pretty impressive. That's a lot of dedication here for these drivers, and I think that just says too that this track was racy and they were having a lot of fun, didn't want it to stop.
Hey, I was having a lot of fun calling this one and watching it from up here in the booth. I mean, the endurance factor as well is something that you think about as well with these long races. Again, it's a full distance race, basically 160 laps, 400 miles at Daytona. And a lot of these guys knew they were willing to stick it out to the end. I think the no damage kind of helped out with that a little bit as well, because you don't have this demoralizing feeling with a wrecked car that you still have to like put around the track basically behind everybody, like multiple laps down. You can stay in contention. Even if you lose a bunch of track position in a crash, you can keep it going. So I think that contributed pretty well to it. I think a lot of people were happy with the mid-race break as well. They got a chance to kind of catch their breath, stretch their legs a little bit, and I think it paid off for a lot of guys.
Absolutely agree. Well, Kelly Causey picks up the victory here tonight. He is your winner of the Firecracker 400 from Daytona, the special event here tonight hosted by Primetime Racing League. We appreciate everybody that joined us here tonight, tuned into our coverage, kept us company in the chat here as well. We love the interaction with our fans in the YouTube chat and everything. Helps us to be able to find some stuff to talk about under the caution periods as well. And Yeah, so, for future broadcasts, do not be afraid to say hello to us in the chat or anything. We love to have that interaction. Jack, I know it was a long one for your debut here this evening, but man, I mean, you and I, we do some commentary on some other stuff here. I knew that we were going to have some fun here tonight with this Daytona race. Great debut, happy for your debut here tonight. Appreciate you joining me up here in the booth.
Absolutely. It's been a fantastic pleasure. I've loved every second of it, and I hope we get to do it again soon.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for joining us here this evening. If you're on the East Coast, happy Sunday, but lengthy one here tonight. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Hope you enjoyed our coverage. For Jack Mitchell, I'm Seth Cole. We're signing off. Congratulations to Kelly Causey. He is your winner of the Firecracker 400 here tonight at Daytona, as you've been watching another broadcast courtesy of FRN, the Flatout Racing Network.
This broadcast is the copyrighted work of Flatout Racing Network and may not be rebroadcast, retranslated, or used in any form without the express written consent of Flatout Racing Network and iRacing.com Motorsports Simulations. Flatout Racing Network would like to thank you for your support, and we hope you enjoyed tonight's broadcast.